Can we start with? Okay, I think everybody's coming in. Okay. Okay, so today we start with the panel, the third panel of our conference, which is devoted to intermediary liability and control over content. The first speaker for today will be Lori Richard. I hope my pronunciation is fine. Lori is Director of Licensing and Legal Policy at the International Federation of Phonographic industry. He unfortunately could not be here with us physically, but we have him through the internet, and so I'm very happy to give him the floor, hoping that everything works as it should. So thanks for being with us, Lori.
Thank you so much. And first of all, I hope you can hear me. Just note if you can. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, Lori, please.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you. So, well, first of all, thanks for having me on behalf of IFPI and my personal behalf, and obviously I really wish I was there instead of here. But without then further ado, what I wanted to speak about briefly is just to give you a kind of a snapshot of where the music industry is today, and discuss then against that backdrop briefly some of the sort of the issues, the challenges we find with the current online intermediary liability regime, and then finish off with saying a few words about the European Commission's proposal. But what I wanted to do is just share with you a couple of slides, and I hope we manage to do that now. So first of all, so IFPI, for those of you who are not familiar with IFPI, we are the association representing the recorded music industry worldwide. Whoa, what's happening with the camera? Fine. Okay, thank you. And we work with our national groups in some 46 countries and member companies worldwide, in over 50 countries currently. So that's what we are. And what about the recording industry then? You may have seen that actually just last week the industry published the latest industry figures, which in a sort of nutshell, if you will, the big picture shows that the industry calculated based on value is worth 15.7, roughly $7 billion. And the good news really there, if you will, is that we have seen now for second consecutive year growth, if you will, green shoots of recovery, and last year the growth was 5.6% year on year. And what is generating, the revenue, what is generating growth, what we are seeing is really very good, robust growth on the digital services. So basically what we are seeing today is we are seeing an music industry, which is very firmly a digital industry. Over half of the industry revenues coming from some 380 licensed digital services, offering music to consumers across territories, from India to Colombia to Canada to Norway and so forth. But to give you the big picture at the same time, you know, in Finland, this would be called a hockey stick. I mean, basically, you know, we are seeing recovery, but after a fairly long and sustained decline, as you may be aware of. So since 2000, we've seen some 15 years of sort of declining revenues, and now for 2 years we are seeing growth, a recovery of the revenues. And what is generating the recovery then? We are looking at the sort of the revenue mix, and we are seeing in terms of sort of, you know, the different, if you will, revenue streams of the industry, a continuous decline of the physical product, a decline also of downloads, and then, you know, this really kind of the growth engine right now is streaming and paid streaming in particular. And what is quite interesting and I think instructive is the very rapid product cycle of downloads, which, as I said, have now been declined last year by some 20%. But streaming really is the sort of the good news of the industry, and as you can see, over the past 5 years, very healthy growth, double-digit growth figures, and last year actually the sort of the strongest growth since 2012. The overall growth in streaming was 60%. And another really exciting feature of streaming that we are seeing is that streaming is starting to revive markets that, you know, we thought were more or less lost to piracy and consumer inertia. Territories like Brazil, like Mexico, showing very robust take-up of streaming services. And in addition, we are also seeing that younger generations, younger demographics are actually, if you will, coming back to music and licensed music, and more importantly, younger people, younger demographics are again willing to actually pay for their music. So younger people are willing to actually use and are increasingly using the paid streaming services. And for the, if you will, for the sort of the creative chain, value chain, the digital growth, actually what we are seeing benefits everybody. And obviously and what is interesting when we are then comparing, for instance, the new streaming services and the sharing of the revenue between the different right owners, actually the streaming and digital services, they pay a little bit higher share of revenues to right owners compared to CDs, compared to how revenues were shared for the digital products, for the physical products. And for instance, so right owners, their share is now roughly 12% of the retail price after taxes, whereas record company and artist share roughly 55%, and obviously the artist share then depends on the individual agreements with the labels. But even there, what we are seeing actually is a slight increase of the artist share of the sales revenues. So in a nutshell, what we are seeing is that, you know, the growing digital market is benefiting the entire digital creative value chain. So where does this leave then, you know, the labels? What we are seeing is that, you know, despite, if you will, the increasingly competitive marketplace, and despite also the long decline of the past 20 years, the labels, they still remain, if you will, the main investor in artists and in their careers and marketing their music. So, for instance, in 2015, the labels invested in marketing and A&R some $4.5 billion back to the artist, which is 27% of the labels or record companies' sales revenues. And also, in order to kind of stay competitive in the marketplace, where artists obviously have more choice than they've ever had in terms of who to work with, who to partner with, whether they want to do it alone, whether they want to work with new services, or whether to work with small labels, big labels. The labels have tried to seize the opportunity of the new technologies, and for instance, in providing, I think it's fair to say, unprecedented transparency as to where the music is used, where the money is coming, and providing insight and breakdown to the sort of the revenue generation. And at the same time, what we're also seeing, which is obviously is great, music generally and consumption of music and engagement with the artist is driving growth and take-up of digital services across a number of services, not only, if you will, strictly music access services, but different types of digital consumer services. Just to give you a couple of examples, if you look at Twitter, the majority of the 10 most followed Twitter accounts actually are artist accounts, with exceptions of Barack Obama and Twitter and YouTube and their own accounts. Same goes even more markedly with YouTube, where the vast majority of the most watched YouTube videos are music videos. So, in brief, I think it's fair to say the industry really has, over the past few years, transformed itself, and obviously that transformation, it still continues. What is ongoing is actually 2-3 simultaneous parallel transformations. If you look at what is happening in the marketplace, partly it is from physical to digital, and then from downloads to streaming. And I think more generally, it really is about sort of, if you look at the consumer preferences, it is the shift of consumption from ownership to access-based service models. So what does this mean? As a digital industry, obviously, the music industry, what is absolutely paramount is to have a fair and functioning digital marketplace. And the second point is that we are looking at the shift from ownership to access-based models. What it also means in terms of then the sort of the copyright laws that underpin the digital markets. It is a shift of the sort of emphasis, maybe from reproduction distribution rights to communication to the public right, and ensuring that right holders have broad-based and full exclusive rights that will then allow them to license their rights to different services that make use of their products. And finally, the third challenge is that even though as an industry we wish we wouldn't have to talk about piracy, and we try not to talk about piracy, but the fact is it is still there, and it still sort of sets, if you will, a baseline for the development of the industry, and continues to undermine the sort of the healthy development of the digital content markets. So to give you a couple of figures on where we are with the piracy, IFP alone sends over 19 million takedown requests in 2016. Over 330 D-list request to Google alone as a search engine. And then, couple of figures from a consumer survey IFPI commissioned from Ipsos last year. Almost 50%, almost half, 49% of young people use stream ripping applications to download music, and 35% of all internet users still use pirate services to download music. But in terms of still what is the main challenge, it is to restore balance, if you will, to the online marketplace, and we call it the value gap, and the main challenge really is to address the value gap, which the way we see it is really is a market distortion that is undermining the fair functioning of the online markets, and what is causing the value gap. What we are seeing really is that there are, in a number of countries, number of territories, there is there's uncertainty and sometimes even laws that are no longer fit for purpose as regards to regulating the online intermediaries' liability, which then takes the shape of some countries, the misapplication or overbroad safe harbors, meaning that services that were arguably not intended to be covered by safe harbor privileges to begin with, have either through application or otherwise then be deemed to be eligible for the safe harbors. And partly this uncertainty is created by the application of the exclusive rights in a way that will allow certain online services, and in particular user upload content services, to avoid liability for the content they distribute. And what is the solution? Well, obviously the solution, they may vary from territory to territory. We are looking this as a global challenge, but what we also see that in most territories, some type of legislative intervention is needed to ensure that we have a level playing field, if you will, in the online markets. So, what is the value gap? A couple of slides just to illustrate. What we are seeing is just a staggering mismatch between consumption and revenues. If you look at, for instance, audio subscription streaming services that are licensed based on exclusive rights and free negotiations, and then UUC, user upload content video services, which then very often tend to claim that they are not liable for the content that they distribute. Content that is uploaded by their users but distributed through and on the platforms. And we are also seeing a huge mismatch between the growth of these services and the revenue generated. So unfortunately, what we are seeing that this value gap actually seems to be just getting greater and greater. And why is this a problem? Well, we are actually seeing that the user upload content services have become a primary destination really for on-demand online music, which means that they are competing directly head-on, if you will, with other types of services that provide on-demand access to music. So how does this then relate to the sort of the EU discussion and the EU legal framework? Now, obviously, what we need as an industry, arguably, is a fair and functioning digital single market. We we rely on the online marketplace. We don't want to break the internet. We want to have competition. We want to have diversity, but we also need a fair marketplace. And it seems that in the European framework, there are sort of three key questions that we would need to address to ensure that we have a fair online marketplace. First one is who is liable for communication to the public or making available, and in particular, what is the sort of the user upload content services liability in particular. And actually what we see is that, in terms of the sort of the underlying legal framework, obviously we have the international treaties, and we have the Copyright Directive of 2001. And, they actually set the way we see is a fairly clear-cut legal framework, which has then subsequently been interpreted by the European courts in a series of decisions. I think the three decisions that really sort of stick out and helpfully should clarify the law on the airfield, the SPS, and most recently the Filmspieler decision. Yet what we are seeing, and I think this is the sort of the reason for some form of legislative intervention, is that it seems that yet the national courts struggle to apply the rules, if you will, correctly. We have seen, for instance, in Germany, in the GEMA decision, that the court found that YouTube, even though YouTube was not eligible for the safe harbor privileges, they also were not directly liable for the making available of the content distributed through the platform.
Sorry, Lori. I think that you need to finish because time has already run out. Thanks.
That's brilliant. I'll finish, and this is the last slide. Then, the next question is, who is eligible for the safe harbors? Equally, we have a European sort of, existing framework here. And in particular, what we believe is really helpful is the L'Oréal decision by the ECJ, which states out that, services that play an active role and have knowledge or control of the data that is being stored should not be eligible for the safe harbors. And the last point is, what are the UUC services duties? And we see is that the Commission is trying in its proposal to actually address all those three key issues in a way that seems to be in line with both with the existing European acquis and then, the fact that the e-commerce directive allows for specific duties of care, such as the ones proposed in Article 30. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Any question or so? Please, Joe.
So much wrong and so little time. Can I just point out in relation to the misrepresentation of the recital of the e-commerce directive on duties of care? At the time, the Commission wrote to MEP Siddersholt to say that Recital 48 cannot allow Member States to impose any obligation on service providers that are contrary to the clear prohibition on general monitoring obligations for service providers. So your analysis on that point is simply wrong, and I'd ask you not to repeat it in future. Thank you.
Lori,
can I just... Yes, thank you. I don't think we are in a disagreement there as regards to prohibition against general monitoring. I think the point is that, the way we see it and we read it, and I think it's pretty clear, Article 13 does not impose an obligation to monitor generally. What it imposes is an obligation to take appropriate and proportionate measures. And one way of dealing with those is together in cooperation with the right owners to apply content recognition technologies. That is not a general monitoring. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah. So we move to our next. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. To our next speaker. Okay. Our next speaker for today, it will be Tobias McKenney. Who's going? Tobias is a senior European policy manager for the intellectual property at Google, and is going to speak about content recognition technologies, how they work, who carries the cost. Tobias, you have the floor.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak again. Now the previous speaker has left, so I won't sort of address some of the points that were raised here, but just as background, I don't recognize the figures on the value gap. I don't want to have a full discussion here because it's responding at figures provided by one industry, etc. It can go on for a long time, but we can have a follow-up conversation if people are interested. What I want to talk about today very briefly is our experience with something we call Content ID, which is well, we'd call it a copyright management tool that we make available to right holders. Not quite content filtering, but the experience there that we have had and how we got there is potentially relevant to what we're seeing in the current regulatory debate. To be very clear, I'll say from the onset, we do not believe it's a good idea to have what's in Article 13 and to mandate the use of content recognition technologies or broaden their application, but we do use Content ID and want to share our experience in that respect. First, a very few brief words about what YouTube is to sort of set the tone and basic understanding. YouTube's an open platform, and that I think is at the heart of the debate potentially today, the notion of openness. If we see what IFPI wants from communication to the public or the review of e-commerce safe harbors. Open means that anyone can upload a video on YouTube and share it. And that accounts for two main features of YouTube. One is the scale. Here you see 400 hours uploaded every minute. The other one is the diversity. Diversity in terms of the people who upload content and share it, and diversity in terms of the materials that you will find on YouTube. Now, there is one thing I want to say in relation to the previous comparisons. We often hear the music industry comparing revenue from a YouTube user to revenue from, say, Spotify or Deezer. Obviously, YouTube is far more diverse. Obviously, YouTube is video, and music consumption is very, very different on those two platforms. So a YouTube user, according to our data, typically listens to music an hour a month. If you're using a music service, it's 20 to 50 times more. So I think the comparison here is fundamentally flawed. That being said, YouTube does also allow sort of what we call creators, so you don't have to be a record label. Somebody who uploads videos to YouTube can make money on YouTube. And for today's purposes, I'll talk about advertising revenue and how that sort of generates revenue for right holders on YouTube. Basically, with the, people who have materials on YouTube videos can decide whether they want to allow advertising to be placed, here's an example of the ad formats that you can see on a YouTube page. For all these ads, the majority of the ad revenue will be paid to the person who has the rights in the video. Right, so it's a partnership model, a right-sharing model from advertising revenue for all the ad formats that you see on a YouTube page. Now, again, that's another piece of background that's useful for the rest of the discussion. There are two ways you're going to make advertising revenue as a content owner on YouTube. One is through your own channel, the other one is through user-generated content. Your own channel is basically where you upload your videos, where they appear first on YouTube. If you're a music label or a film distributor or producer, imagine that as a YouTube page with your branding on it, and where you will upload your official music video or your film trailer, okay? So that's one way where you make advertising revenue. The other way is something YouTube innovated with a few years ago, and that's sort of user-generated content or fan uploads. The technology we've built, and that we call Content ID, allows you as a content owner to be notified, we will detect for you when some of your content is being reused in an upload by a consumer or a third party on YouTube. So, for example, Professor Sartre, if you're doing remixes of Professor Hugenholz's conferences and he is using Content ID, you will actually detect that with Content ID, and you can either block him if you're in a bad mood, or you can slap tons of advertisement on his videos and take the money. So that's the sort of second dimension of YouTube. It's not trivial if you look at it. Sorry, it's on the right here. What we call the UGC ad revenue is about $2 billion since we created YouTube. And if we go back to the music example, I find it quite staggering, because if you're a music label, you're making as much money from user uploads on YouTube as you are from your own official music video. Right, so it's far from trivial, and it's quite a revenue-generating activity for right holders, as well as providing promotion opportunities and engagement with fans. Overall, through that advertising revenue model, we've paid $1 billion to the music industry in the past year. Again, that's just to put things into perspective. So now let's get to the heart of the matter, which is, I think that sort of sums up nicely one of the questions we've had to face when we were working on developing YouTube, is on the one hand, you want to keep YouTube as open as possible as a platform, so that, you know, the DNA of the platform is really anyone can upload their video. And it started with an elephant at the zoo. At some point, people were big on unboxing videos. There's all kinds of materials. But how can you reconcile that with putting right holders in control and try and square that circle? And that's where sort of Content ID comes in. Now, Content ID, this is a very first simplified introduction to Content ID. Basically, you will see from left to right the workflow. People upload these 400 hours of videos to the platform. Content ID, based on input from right holders, will sort of scan those videos. And then sometimes it finds a match. So a match is when we identify that a video uploaded by a consumer includes content that has been flagged to us as belonging to a right holder who wishes to control it. Okay? And then on that basis, Content ID will automatically apply the rule that the right holder has set. There are very granular variations, but there are 3 basic rules. You can totally block the videos from consumers, including your content. You can just leave them up and track and collect data insights on where the videos are viewed and so forth for marketing purposes, for example. Or you can leave the video up and place advertisement on top. So that's the sort of basic concept of Content ID and sort of what it does. Here we move on to a sort of slightly more detailed overview, which I think is potentially interesting and has a few insights. It's simplified because an engineer did it and insisted we call it simplified. It all starts on the left, right? So you have something like Content ID work. We absolutely need a right holder to give us a reference file, which is a digital file of content he claims he owns. Tell us what he owns, which rights in which territory within that file, and provide us some metadata, such as, you know, the names of the artists, the ISO codes for musical compositions and recording and so forth, and tell us what he wants us to do with it, block, track, or monetize. If that doesn't happen, nothing can happen. On that basis, YouTube and Content ID will generate a fingerprint of the material provided by the content owner. And then what happens when somebody, a consumer, fan, uploads UGC? We will also generate a fingerprint for that video. The fingerprint will be scanned against the Content ID fingerprint, and we'll see if we have a match, right, of the two videos. If the fan upload includes material from the content owner, and if it does, we will, Content ID will automatically apply the policy chosen by the right holder of block, track, monetize. And that happens pretty much for every upload before it shows up on the platform. So we provide the back-end technology to operate Content ID. We also provide right holders with a full back office, essentially, to administer the system. And again, this is really a service and a tool that we make available to right holders. So here, like you will see, you have on your right holder dashboard, you have a Content ID section on the left, a menu, and this is what you call claims. This is a list. Normally there's only one here. This is a demo account, but this is a list of all the videos where we have detected user videos where your content has been detected. Right? So you can click on it, you have more insights. On the top you see the user content, below you see your content and how it matches, and you have some information about the policies you've applied, and also to the top right about what you can do about this. So the right holder can actually do things like release the claim, say I want to leave this video up, or he can use the tool to say, okay, I want to officially issue a takedown, which is formally request a removal for alleged copyright violation. Same thing, consumer gets an interface as well to be notified, and this is what it looks like when you have a Content ID, what we call a strike. So we tell you, in this case, the policy was track, so you can't put ads on this videos, it stays up, so we inform the particular consumer, and if you look at number 4, the consumer has a number of things he can do. He can remove the song, in this case it was a song, or he can file a dispute, which means he can use Content ID's system to contest the right holder's claim. So he can challenge the request from the right holder to apply a particular policy, like he can say it's public domain, or he's got a license, or these kinds of things. Okay, so that hopefully was a very, very intense crash course in YouTube and Content ID. And I want to get to the heart of it now, and I think I have, 6 minutes left, potentially, to go over some of the challenges that we've discovered, encountered, tried to address in building, developing, implementing something like Content ID. So yeah, I just want to suggest, look at this, the rest of this presentation, as if you are in the shoes of a lawmaker about to write down that everybody should have something like this and that it's mandatory to have this type of technology, all the kind of issues they would raise and how on earth you would go about addressing them. The first one is scale. Huge amount of materials on YouTube, and even if Content ID was dumb, and even if we didn't invest into making it really sharp, the sheer scale and computing power necessary to achieve this on the scale of YouTube is colossal. And again, that scale is not specific to YouTube. If you look at even Eurostat data for last year on what they call self-created uploads, I think it's around 110 million European consumers who uploaded self-created content to the internet in the past 3 months. 110 million in the past 3 months, and that I think is for the 15 to 70-year-olds or something. So it's considerable what's going on in terms of user uploads on the internet. Next challenge is accuracy, and accuracy as opposed to effectiveness or as opposed to success. Accuracy means you get it right. It doesn't mean you catch everything right holders want to catch and beyond. It means you get the right balance in terms of making sure you catch just the right stuff. And here you can see some of the things we can detect quite well. Some consumers and users on YouTube try and change the images to try and circumvent Content ID. So you see examples here where they've changed the color or cropped or added, various bits and pieces. Sometimes they even add a frame around it to confuse the system. So all this is quite hard to detect for a computer if you want something that's actually going to be effective and accurate. And for music, they do it as well by changing the pitch of the music slightly and things like that. So there's quite a lot of engineering actually from a computing perspective to be able to recognize all those as actually belonging to the same video and right holder. And of course, the flip side of this is you don't want to catch stuff when it isn't the same. And remember, we're talking about 400 hours of video uploaded every minute. So a lot of this, very similar images, like look at the Arsenal guys, how are you going to distinguish these two? There are probably hundreds of images like this in Content ID, right? So getting it right is also a considerable challenge. Here's another example. It took me ages to figure that one out, but you have to look at the billboard in the sort of the writing in the background and then a little thing on her sweater to realize this is not actually the same gymnastics performance in the same place, and it's not the same video. Actually, A2 and A3 are the same, but A1's different. Again, imagine doing that at the scale of user uploads in Europe or at the scale of YouTube. Another challenge as well is this is not a sitting duck. This technology is constantly evolving. Of course, it's not perfect. Here you can see the evolution from, let's call it audio, probably phonograms, recognizing video. Now we have something called Melody ID, which is recognizing compositions. So it's like trying to recognize a cover song or me singing in the shower. That's quite a challenge as well for a computer, potentially slightly less accurate. But for instance, nobody's got anything that can recognize somebody reading from a book on a video, although that I would argue is adaptation of public performance. If we look ahead right now on YouTube, you have things like immersive 360-degree video. Imagine that's probably the next challenge. You will have people putting videos up there of their living room with a flat screen TV. Showing a blockbuster video from a Hollywood studio in a new type of format. So there is constant evolution and constant innovation in the technology. Another challenge, and that is actually common and an endemic thing in the music industry. It's even harder for YouTube, but I was trying to show it's almost impossible, it is impossible actually without right holder input to get any of this going. And it's got to be accurate. So ownership, Content ID can actually have a degree of granularity where somebody tells us they own the rights in the UK, not in France, etc. Territorial rights ownership, very complicated to put together. The metadata, the reference files, etc. All that is needed. Now, when the Commission did its impact assessment for collecting societies almost a decade ago now, 5 years ago I think. They couldn't figure it out, but for music compositions alone, I think they said there were between 10 and 50 million musical works in the repertoire of collecting societies, each of which could have 1 to 10 different joint owners. Imagine putting all this together at this scale, not just for music compositions, but for other types of right. It's absolutely colossal. Now, the most, I'd say, interesting or challenging challenges, and that's great, is ownership claims and then legitimate copyright uses. Legitimate copyright uses, yeah. Neither of these two things can be addressed by technology, and they can have quite broad side effects. And it's not scientific, but I'll give you a few examples. So if we say that content recognition technology is obligatory, for example, what happens when somebody goes to YouTube and says, hey, I've got this recording of a bird song, it's my copyright, I want you to block it with Content ID, or put ads on it, actually, it's more sensible if you want to make money. Well, potentially if he's blocking, it means suddenly any video with a bird song is having to be removed from a platform like YouTube. Is that right? Or should we be compelled to develop a technology that can recognize the difference between a pigeon and a dove, and then recognize the difference between two different pigeons, so that we make sure that not all pigeon videos are taken down from the platforms. But in the first place, is it really a legitimate copyright claim to use a system like this for a recording of a bird song? Actually, I think people can get high on that question of whether there is a copyright in the phonogram of a bird song. Non-exclusive content is a challenge. None of this works if you have two non-exclusive owners trying to use Content ID, because they will give you conflicting instructions. So non-exclusive content, non-exclusive licenses is extremely hard to deal with as well, an additional area of complexity. Public domain content, here we had an example amongst many of the NASA footage of the little car landing on Mars and taking video. NASA releases everything as Creative Commons, I think everything, Creative Commons footage. One broadcaster, so it shows up everywhere, right? These were really cool images, and you have vloggers who use it in the science vlogs, and then you have major TV broadcasters who also use it in their broadcasts. And one broadcaster just was in the habit of uploading his content to Content ID and saying, block everyone from reusing my news broadcast. He had included footage from NASA in his news broadcast. So Content ID started taking down all the NASA footage because a broadcaster had said it was his. How do you deal with that? Now, in that case, people noticed, and so we got a lot of stick, a lot of bad PR for being a gigantic censorship machine. But how do you deal with that situation? Again, that's another question that's hard to address. Yeah, and again, in that sort of issues that are more better addressed, can't be addressed by technology, I would say, and a sort of more of a governance issue. How do you deal with examples of where particular use is legitimate? I guess most of the professors here will be familiar with the takedown or the regarding the copyright conference. I think it was a presentation by Professor Bentley, which included a video from the Premier League and in a sort of academic conference content, and that was uploaded to YouTube, and the conference was taken down because Content ID had detected Premier League content, if I remember correctly. Yes. Similarly, you can have people using, claiming footage that is not their own to try and block somebody else from using something that is free speech. In this case, this was footage about somebody assaulting a TV chief at a rather troubled time in Ukraine. So, I'm not sorry if I was too long. Almost. Yeah, this is really a series of open questions to throw out there because I think, with questions, hopefully we can sort of start showing the difficulty and perhaps the danger of going forward with mandating broader uses of this technology in law. How do you deal with accuracy and not just detecting as much right holder stuff as you can? How do you deal with volume and scale? How you deal with, if you're regulating, how do you deal with the changing nature of the technology and the innovation? How do you deal with rights information? Because that's never been solved in the music industry, ever. And here we have to cover far more than the music industry, if we look at Article 13. How do you deal with incorrect claims, incorrect ownership claims? Again, something that can't be resolved by technology. How do you deal with legitimate uses of content, such as free speech or freedom of expression or content coming under copyright exceptions? So I'll leave you with these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tobias, for the crash course and also for these challenging questions. I open the floor for questions. Please, Bernd.
That was a very interesting presentation. But I'd like to know answers to those questions, actually, not just the questions, particularly the one about the one you raised at the very end. How should the system deal with fair uses, basically? That, of course, is a recurring issue when we discuss Content ID and similar filtering systems. By the way, the conference that was partly taken down by the system was the IVIR, Institute for Information Law Anniversary Conference of 2014. And one of the panels was on notice and takedown. So it was brilliant. Thank you for doing that. My question is basically, I'd like to know a bit more about algorithmic applications of fair use. I'm sure Google is experimenting with that. And can you tell us a bit more about ways that the system can automatically discern between unlawful uses and, for instance, quotation type situations? Is there work going on in that field, and can you tell us a bit about that?
Thank you. That's a lot of deep questions. And the first one is more or less, how do we deal with exceptions, I think, or legitimate speech? And Simon, Cedric, do chime in if you wish. It's almost like there's two answers. There's two different ways of answering that question. How would we answer as YouTube, which is one thing, and how would you answer as a regulator, which is another thing. As YouTube, we basically consider that we can put the users in touch with the right holders. Not, I'm simplifying here. But we allow the user to challenge the application of the strike, to put arguments. The right holder has a certain amount of time to respond. You have default rules. What happens if, right holder has 30 days to respond? What happens if right holders do not respond to the user challenge? Then the video stays up. Then you can appeal again. Ultimately, I think whether you are YouTube or whether you are a lawmaker, we would not think it wise to make YouTube or platforms the person who should determine whether the content is a copyright infringement or not, and be in a position to be a sort of first instance court of copyright and decide. Which is why ultimately, once let's call like legally the way YouTube works, the content ID system works, you would almost call it a mediation, because YouTube does not want or have, I think, the power to adjudicate. And so once you reach the limits of the right holder and the user exchanging claims, the end of the game is for the right holder to issue a formal notice that he believes this is a copyright infringement, and he swears this is his own content. Which, by the way, is a reminder that what we call a content ID strike isn't a legal notification that the content is infringing.
I'm sorry, but that's not really what I meant. What I was getting at is, and maybe Cedric has some ideas, something to say about it, is how does Google develop its technology in a way that you can avoid such conflicts, that you do not, and that you can actually more or less algorithmically, automatically recognize clear cases of fair use, of exceptions. I'm quite sure that you're already experimenting with that. And I was just curious where the technology is at this moment and how far you can go.
So again, on Content ID, we provide a platform that rights holders use, and we apply their policy. So if there are mistakes, it's their mistakes. We just provide the technology. Not your question is, so we have developed several things to try to prevent content from appearing on platforms, on search, etc. The easier thing to do, for example, is to prevent child porn. Why that? Because it's just an image or a video, and you know it when you see it. In other words, the information on the picture and the information on the video, we can treat it as something that we can filter. And there's a database shared by platforms, not just us, that allow Facebook and others to prevent this. The problem that exists with copyright is that there's not a single place where all this information is. So we need to have reliable, comprehensive, and up-to-date information on each single piece of content to be able to start doing something, recognizing what is subject to copyright, and then there would be an additional layer of technology where we would have to understand what an exception is in a given country. And here, I'm sorry, Bernd, but we cannot solve the complexity that is inherent to copyright. This is, I mean, our engineers can do a lot, but fixing copyright is much more your job.
I'm not expecting a fully automated application of copyright, and I would be horrified by it, in fact, but I'm sure you're moving in that direction. If you can run a car without a driver that navigates through the world, there must be some simplifications, at least, that you can apply. For instance...
It's easier to build a connected car than to build a system like the one you described.
Okay, you're avoiding my question.
I'm telling you the truth. I mean, it's not sustainable.
Yes. Yes. Is that a question? Well, ultimately on YouTube we've invested over 60 million in developing the technology. The social cost of creating legislation in that respect, it's an open question. The platforms, the startups would bear the cost, but also sort of users can bear the cost when it goes the wrong way.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry, just a provocative, very provocative question going to Google, but also to the representative of IFP. Both sides are thinking that they're totally right, let's say, in their position. Google and YouTube as a neutral platform on one side, and totally, let's say, on the other side, IFP, music industry, etc. I was always wondering, why don't you go really to the European Court of Justice with all these claims? I followed that very closely in Germany, for example, the issue between GEMA and YouTube, and they just ended up with a compromise, and it's totally secret. If I'm asking my friends at Google or also in the music industry, come on, tell me, what have you really dealt in this compromise? Absolutely secret, very hard non-disclosure agreements. So I wouldn't suppose that you're answering now what the content is of these compromises, but I was always wondering, why are you dealing in such a way with all collecting societies across the world if both sides are so self-conscious that they are right? Understand what I mean? So if you're looking at GEMA versus YouTube, for example, this was one of the hard cases being, well, brought at court in Germany, and then they stopped. They just stopped at the Court of Appeal, at the level of the Court of Appeal, and I was always wondering why.
The answer is simple. There was a disagreement on price for years, and then there's been a change in the agreement. We disagreed on tariffs, and then we agreed.
We get some in one go. So, yeah.
Can I, if I may, just briefly explain?
We have to move on now and move to the next presentation, which will be by Leonard Koschwitz. Leonard joined Allied Startups and is going to present us the perspective of startups, which is quite a very important one. So he's going to his presentation. The title is Hurdle Race or High Jump: Entry Barriers and Legal Certainty from a Startup Perspective. I give the floor to you, Leonard, and look forward to your presentation.
Well, yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak at this conference. And I mean, looking at copyright and the copyright reform more in general, you might not immediately think that this is such a crucial issue for startups, but we found out that it is, and we have been doing some work over the last year, and especially in the beginning of this year, and have been working with startup communities across Europe to find out how the proposed copyright reform will affect them in their daily lives. And we actually have a short film which I'd like to show
that should give you a bit more of an impression of what we've been doing so far before I go more into detail.
Worldwide network of startups. We spoke to 100 European startups outside of Brussels, in Berlin, in Madrid, in Paris, and in Warsaw. Find out what they think about this reform.
Scary. If this law would be introduced, it would be the most strict in the world.
Yes, content needs to be protected, absolutely, but it shouldn't come at the expense of, our ability to make new experiences for people.
Now they think about editors and publishing house, but they don't think about technology, about develop the new IT perspective and projects. So let's have an open mind.
So look at the law as actually an accelerator, something that is boosting European business, boosting European innovation. And we think that the European copyright reform can do exactly that. And we'd like to invite members of the European Parliament and representatives of European governments to have that discussion with us and find out how the European copyright reform can accelerate European startups.
I think Europe should be a great place to grow startups.
There was music in the background. Now I'm really scared that the whole stream of this video is being taken down from YouTube because of content ID.
We actually paid licensing fees for the music. Well, yeah. Thank you very much for your attention so far. And as you have seen, you got some impressions from European entrepreneurs from different hubs. We're actually continuing the series. We're soon going to be in Rome. After that, in the Netherlands to run similar events. I hope we haven't taken a too bold and ambitious approach by hoping that copyright can actually accelerate European startups. We believe so. I mean, we're not at the end of the discussion right now, but it's definitely in the possible. We would like to believe, but some of them, some more facts to give you an idea of where the European startup ecosystem stands at the moment, and I think we are getting more and more signs that we can be really optimistic about that. We have a vibrant and greatly thriving European ecosystems and startup hubs across Europe. It's not only one place, but it's many different hubs in all European member states actually. And the startups we met and we work with, they deeply care about the European Union and the policy making that comes with it. We've seen that we have roughly at least 800,000 startups in Europe that employ 4.5 million people. And this level of optimism also is expressed in the way entrepreneurship as a profession is more and more accepted, and also how these entrepreneurs are optimistic about their own future. And I think what is important to highlight here is that entrepreneurs are very, very optimistic about their future in Europe. A far majority of European entrepreneurs does want to build their business in Europe and do not want to move to other jurisdictions in other countries. But let me speak a little bit more about the proposed reform on copyright and Article 13 in particular. And I should also say I can't claim full credit on the title, hurdle, run or high jump. It actually comes from a very successful European entrepreneur, Frederick Mazala, who is the co-founder of BlaBlaCar. He said founding a startup is actually more like a 110-meter hurdle run than a 100-meter sprint. So this is where we want to depart on whether there's entry barriers or this law might create entry barriers for startup entrepreneurs. I think what we see is that technology enables more and more people to be creative, and there's plenty examples for that. It absolutely enables a new generation of startup entrepreneurs to enable every user to be a creator themselves. And we fear that, or we first of all believe that the very fundamental basis for that is very established and clear rules on liability and e-commerce with the e-commerce directive. And we unfortunately see that the proposed directive interferes with that in a very far-reaching extent. And we've been, as you probably have seen in the video, working also with a colleague of many of yours, Martin Senftleben, who has drafted a paper for us, looking at these issues much more in detail, and he's been working with the entrepreneurs throughout the workshops as well, and he comes to the conclusion that this is definitely a radical change to the current legal basis, and it leads to a de facto obligation to apply filtering technology across the board. We see no doubt that there is a general filtering obligation coming up, and especially for startups who are small, technology-driven, fast-growing companies, this entails a series of challenges. And these mainly evolve around disproportionate legal risk for these startups, As I mentioned before, there is a de facto obligation to apply these technologies and to enter into agreements with rights holders. And as a startup, I think the average team of a startup in Europe is below 10 people. No strong legal departments. There is absolutely no possibility whatsoever for startups to map even with whom they should be able to should enter into agreements, and ultimately to exclude the legal risks that entail, leaving this open and not entering an obligation into agreements with everyone. But then, going a bit further in the proposed article, we don't see this separation, or we don't see that it is distinguished between platforms that actually have as a primary business purpose to make licensed material available and to do this, and other platforms who are perhaps e-commerce platforms or platforms blogging platforms that mainly allow for free speech and the publication of other content, which is not necessarily licensed by a big rights holder, but by the person itself. We see that by the pure obligation of entering into agreements, that there is very much a disbalanced approach of we put a big rights holder and, as I mentioned, a very small, not legally savvy team into a same room, lock the door, and basically say, well, you guys find an agreement in there, which we cannot imagine how this could be anywhere fair or balanced between these two rights holders. I think these two parties. Obviously, you could say this is simply contract law, but I don't think that. I think that the ambition of the European Union and enabling startups goes further than that, or should go further than that, especially. There's obviously an unrealistic obligation in terms of cost and feasibility. We've seen the amount of work that YouTube has put into developing a content ID system. I would like to point out that this is for audiovisual material, but if you would have a blogging platform in mind, for example, that doesn't only allow the hosting of audiovisual material, but also other categories, this would mean that you have to go further and install more than one filtering technology, which is not as easy as simply acquired or bought as a software service from a third party. But it's much more than that. We see, for example, the example of SoundCloud, who also monitor mainly one category only, but they say although they acquire a leading technology, it takes them a lot of work to actually improve that technology because it doesn't detect so many cases. So they spend roughly 3 million euros a year just to do and maintain that. Obviously, there is very far-reaching information obligations, and there's evidence, especially in regards of other copyright-related topics like the ancillary copyright, which we spoke about yesterday in Spain and in Germany, where we see that it is not very likely, unfortunately, that rights holders would perhaps not be excessive in their claims towards startups. So we see that even these information obligations could be so far-reaching that they just entail a considerable cost for any startup. We've heard about proportionality of the content recognition in terms of false positives, fundamental rights, which I think we'll also hear a little bit about more today, which I just want to point out are absolutely crucial considerations for a startup. The companies we spoke to overwhelmingly came back with, after looking at these facts, that they would simply not go that first step of launching a company in Europe. They would not be able to take these risks. They would not be able to attract any investment for their business ideas based on these premises. And we have a few testimonials and proof of these opinions, and as you see, we have our campaign website up and running. This is a platform where you can find information about it. You can find the academic paper I just mentioned. You can also find different letters that have been signed by over 100 entrepreneurs from Europe and the US who expressed their opinions about the proposed laws. And you can find many more testimonials on video of these entrepreneurs. Now, giving you a little bit of a background of sort of what are the considerations that we have as a startup, as the startup community. I mean, obviously this looks much more at a high jump than a hurdle race, but also just hoping that you can put yourself in the situation of a small team with a new idea that is trying to launch a business in Europe and put in front of the sheer layer of complexity that this entails, and the big difference between a startup company and a small and medium enterprise, which we know a lot about in Europe, is that these companies are extremely mobile, and other than a well-established family company that is for 120 years in Europe, a startup can make very quickly a decision to move outside of Europe and run a business elsewhere, which is, as we heard in the beginning, not the intention and not a wish of many European entrepreneurs, but it is ultimately the only solution that remains to them. I mean, I don't really want to add up so much to the open questions we put up so far, but perhaps one thing that I can point to, which has also come up so far in the legislative discussion, is to find some sort of a exception for startups, which seems a very low-hanging fruit or a very quick fix to that. Unfortunately, it is not. As I mentioned, there's big differences between startups and small and medium enterprises. There's good reasons for small and medium enterprises to be exempt of certain European legislation. I think if we look at startups, this is not what we want to do. A startup is, in a policy sense, a moving target. It's, as I said, a small technology-driven high-growth company, so we would run the risk of establishing glass ceilings for these companies, preventing them to grow. And it is just to underline that there is no way we have found, and there is no way we can subscribe to exempting simply startups from this piece of legislation. So I think the European policymakers' aim should be to draft a legislation that is beneficial to the entire economy and not trying to cater to individual groups of that. So far from my side, I'm looking forward to questions and a discussion. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I would like I open the floor for questions and comments. Yeah. Okay, we have seen it. Any, please.
And of course, I'm totally agree about what you said about the exemption. But it's kind of provocative. But why don't we organize like a general strike of European startups against this directive that will affect a lot of us? We are 800,000, so I think that maybe 4 people per startups. It's just an idea. We can talk about this if you want.
Absolutely happy to talk about this, and I think we should definitely try the strike option before we try the relocation option for these companies.
Okay. Yes, please.
Hi, my name's Caroline. I'm a policy advisor in the European Parliament for the Culture and Education Committee, so I've been quite heavily lobbied on both sides of this argument. One question I had was regarding the content ID technology for startups. There's a company called Audible Magic who've been doing the rounds of the Parliament, suggesting that they offer very affordable, tailored solutions for startups and small companies. I think SoundCloud was initially one of their clients. So they're getting a lot of leverage with their arguments, saying that the startups actually concerns are unfounded. I'd just be interested to hear your comments and perhaps those from a YouTube perspective on whether or not you think that's realistic.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Well, I guess there's two sides of it. I think in the very general sense, as policymakers should ask themselves the question, if they could simply tick a box by saying, oh yeah, there is a solution available, why don't they all buy it, right? So this is sort of a general consideration whether you I guess want to remove barriers with the digital single market or add layers. But then more concretely on the question of content filtering, audible magic, and so on, I think selling such a software would be definitely doing the very same thing. But I think what I mentioned before is that these softwares are for each category, and even in these categories have an accuracy which is mildly above 50%, and they need a lot of custom work, which entails developers working on these day and night throughout the whole year to increase the accuracy, but also simply maintain these systems. So it is, as you just said, it is a massive cost factor for a small company. But then I would also like to point out that there is different categories where the systems aren't that developed. One example is an e-commerce platform that allows you to upload a code for a 3D object, which would then be printed and sold on demand. Now, this is a platform, the content is user-generated, and they would have to comply with that obligation. Now, unfortunately, there's no technology at the moment anywhere far reliably recognizing objects, for example. We are speaking, a big report released at the beginning of this year about the European state of tech has actually identified the strength of European startups in so-called deep tech technologies. Deep tech is anything around artificial intelligence, but also virtual reality, augmented reality. And I think we see that this is really something where European startups are on the, in the front row. However, coming back to filtering technologies, I'm not aware of any technologies looking at augmented reality, virtual reality, live video, these things. So I think for the very category you just mentioned, there is an option available which is extremely costly for a small company. For other sections, this is simply not available at the moment.
This is quite an unusual campaign for us as civil society to run, because normally we have one thing that we're supporting or objecting to, but in this case we have two. We have the version of the interpretation of the directive that says that it does require upload filtering and that this is okay. And then the gentleman from IFPI said that the proposal doesn't support upload filtering. So I'll exceptionally hope that our friend from IFPI is correct. But if he's not, Audible Magic software was already the subject of a European court of the Court of Justice of the European Union ruling. And the court found that the requirement that a fair balance be struck between, on the one hand, the protection of intellectual property rights enjoyed by copyright holders, and on the other hand, the freedom to do business enjoyed by operators such as ISPs, is not respected by an obligation to impose not just any upload filtering, but specifically the upload filtering that is now, you said, gaining traction in the European Parliament. I don't know what we need to do, whether we should employ airplanes to do skywriting to say, the court said no. It's not proportionate. Thank you.
My fault, yes. Laurie, sorry, are you hearing us? Would you like to comment?
Now I do. Now I do. Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just a couple of very quick comments. First of all, as I said regarding Article 13 in particular, the text as it stands, if I understand correctly, refers to appropriate and proportionate measures. It says, I believe quite correctly, that one way of implementing such measures would be to implement automatic content recognition technologies together with the right owners. So again, I think it is wrong to say that the Article 13 would contravene Article 15 of the e-commerce directive. Then the other point with respect to the ACR, the automatic content recognition technologies in particular, it actually, as a technology, it has been around for some 15 years. It is quite mature, and there are, as far as we understand, over 40 technology providers already providing different types of applications based on ACR. So all that to say that the different applications that are in the markets and in particular is allowed to develop surely would provide different types of proportionate and fair measures to deal with the issues. And the last point is, I didn't quite understand the reference to some specific type of platforms where the content owners themselves can upload their material, because in that type of situations, surely the content owners and the platforms, they will get to an agreement on the terms on how and what type of measures the platforms would need to then take. So I don't believe that is an issue. And the last point really is to say, look, as I said, at least on behalf of the music industry, we look forward to work together with different type of technology, different type of services, startups as well as established ones. That is definitely not the point, and it is not in our interest to try to block any type of new businesses. On the contrary, we want to work together with different type of new services and new business models. But what we need to get at is a fair online marketplace that supports sustainable development and sustainable growth of both the content industries as well as the technology sector. So far, the policy goal, I think, or the policies have been pretty much geared towards enabling the tech sector to grow, which is great, but now it's time to ensure that the policies are more, they are geared more towards kind of a leveling of the playing field. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, this was the last question because we are running out of time. So, Lena, do you want to respond or reply on this point?
Just quickly to get back to that, I think what is I hear and very much sort of can see the well-intention in these comments, and I think what we're not talking about is agreements that are already established in the particular case of licensed music. And I mean, we see a few startups or former startups in this space who are all extremely struggling to become profitable and have the largest music rights holders as shareholders. In the meantime, I wasn't specifically commenting on that, but I was more commenting on basically any other online platform, which includes any startup that is operating in Europe, because this is just simply the primary business model taken here. I mean, I would definitely disagree that the text that we have in front of us is taken such a targeted approach, which was just brought forward. On the contrary, it is proposing a very, very far-reaching obligation for any online platform that allows user-generated content, whether this is the aim is to distribute licensed music or, you know, sell custom-made wrapping paper. And I think this is just, let's say, a more leveled approach that we can't read in the proposal so far. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lena. We move to the last presentation on this panel by Giancarlo Frosio. Giancarlo is a senior researcher and lecturer at the Center for International Intellectual Property Studies in Strasbourg, and he speaking about intermediary liability or responsibility from fundamental rights perspective, freedom of speech and rights to information. Please, Giancarlo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Thank you to the organizers for having me. It's already coffee break time, and I cannot even claim that I will be super brief because I have quite a dense presentation there, but I'll try to do my best. It is on. Oh. Do you hear me now? Okay. So I was saying, I cannot even claim that I will be super brief because I have quite a dense presentation. So what I will try to do is, I will probably be bridging between this panel and the next one, and I will, okay. It was working before. Okay, it moves. Great, awesome. So, I will be discussing a number of policy actions that might impinge on fundamental rights. I will then focus on our proactive monitoring and filtering obligation, which are at the core of our reform. And then finally, I will come up with some consideration about a theoretical shift that, in my opinion, is occurring in intermediary liability policy and theory. But first, some taxonomy. The rights that will be relevant in discussing these policy actions will be freedom of expression, freedom of information, freedom to conduct a business, and the emerging right of internet as a basic human right. The infringement of these rights has effects on access to information, produces just chilling effects on freedom of expression, and then all the action I will discuss definitely create challenges to due process. At the same time, the intermediaries which are relevant in connection to these actions are the usual suspects, the access providers, search engines, hosting providers, but also payment providers, advertising networks, and DNS register, including ICANN. Now, to go back to this map of possible actions that are relevant for intermediate liability policy and for fundamental rights as well. Well, first, as we know well, it came a graduated response. We know HADOPI was the first law. We know about the constitutional challenges related to that and the problems in connection to fundamental rights. It proved to be inefficient. Then we have a graduated response in the Digital Economy Act 2010, and again, that was not even implemented. We have a graduated response arrangement in South Korea, we have them in Taiwan, we have them in New Zealand. But mostly, and then we had some graduate response arrangement created by courts, like in Ireland, in the case of Sony versus UPC Communication. At the same time, in Australia, in Road to Show Films versus iNet, we had a court denying the possibility of implementing any such graduate response schemes. But mostly, graduate response has been occurring through voluntary measures. The copyright alert system was in place for some time in the United States and then was finally discontinued. We have very recently, for some time, AIRCOM applying graduate response schemes, and we have very recently the Creative Content UK. In fact, though, in reality, these graduate response schemes prove not to be working very well. And this is the reason why right holders have been launching and trying to pursue a number of other options. Filtering and monitoring is one of those, and as we know, that is at the core of the reform that's upcoming, and where we are going to implement possibly an obligation founded on a legislative document, but filtering and monitoring has been in place already through voluntary measures. Content ID is there from YouTube since 2007. Since 2014, we have copyright match by Vimeo. Again, another additional option, enforcement option, which is occurring mainly through voluntary measures, is online search manipulation, or so-called demotion. Here what happens is that allegedly infringing site get demoted from search results. And again, we have very recently a voluntary code of practice in the United Kingdom done under the aegis of the Intellectual Property Office that has implemented one of these schemes. At the same time, Google, after pressures from right holders, has implemented in 2012 demoting through its page rank, and then demoting of the autocomplete function since 2014, demotion of the autocomplete function. An additional measure that is on the rise is the so-called payment blockades or follow the money strategies. Here, the intermediaries which are relevant are the payment processors and the advertisement networks. And we have very recently the US government joint strategic plan on intellectual property, which is focusing very much on the promotion of these voluntary measures. And at the same time, very relevant to us, the Commission in multiple communication, the one towards a modern copyright framework and the one on online platform, is definitely pushing and on the promotion of voluntary measures, follow the money measures and strategies, through self-regulatory approach to the implementation of code of conduct. In Belgium, we have such codes already in place, in Denmark as well. Here you see some references, blue, no, okay, it's now some references of papers that are discussing in detail the matter. Again, Joe Bonin from Derek Bambauer, and then it comes another emerging trend, which is private DNS content regulation. Here, this is done within the framework, the contractual framework of ICANN. ICANN, in its registry agreement, has a provision that's prohibiting privacy, including the suspension of the domain name. This provision, together with other provision in the ICANN Register Accreditation Agreement, has made possible the creation, for example, by the Motion Picture Association of America, of a trusted notifier copyright enforcement program, which is done by the MPAA with the Seattle-based Donuts Register and with the Abu Dhabi-based Radix, which actually through this program, a number of trusted notifier, and there is a funny then definition about trusted notifier, can have the domain names taken down. Here you find an interesting paper that's dealing really with all this discussion. And as you have seen, most of these enforcement options, they are dealt with through voluntary measures. And the communication online platforms is promoting that policy option and promoting the development of voluntary cooperation. Then here there is a number of other policy options I will get to fast. Blocking orders, they, my opinion on user rights. Here I refer to a paper from colleagues of mine that discussing the matter. Then clearly linking and the new case law from the European Court of Justice is might create chilling effects. Administrative enforcement creating numerous problems in connection to due process. We are in Italy, AGCOM has this enforcement, has this administrative power on enforcing intermediate liability online. The same happens with the Commission de Proprietà Intellectuale. I think I still need at least about 5 minutes to try at least to get to an end. So let me now move next to filtering and monitoring. There is two actions here. One is legislative and the other one is judicial. On one side we have the directive that's coming up with the Article 13. There's a number of textual issues there in Article 13 that will be probably dealt with by speaker in the next panel. You know, the notion of large amounts, the notion of copyrighted works that comes here and there in the article, the notion of providing access to the public, and then the notion of communication to the public. Now, as far as, and here you see a number of articles of mine that are dealing with those specific aspects, and also we will come up soon with an opinion paper from SAPI related to that. Now, one of the important aspects of the reform and retention with human rights is the fact that the reform is moving from a negligence-based system of intermediate liability to a strict liability arrangement. And as the Advocate General in Google versus Louis Vuitton says, liability rules are more appropriate to protect user rights and to protect lawful and even desirable uses. Again, Joe McNamee just stole one of my biggest points. We know from the ACJ that fundamental rights are under threat because of monitor obligation. The ACJ made that completely clear. It mentioned that freedom of information is under threat. This measure could potentially undermine the use of lawful content, in particular exceptional interpretation and public domain works, and as well as freedom of business. Now, let me skip through this. We discussed this the other day a tad bit with Ms. Comodini. At the same time, there is a number of judicial decisions that are implementing proactive measures. We have the allo streaming decision in France. We have a rapid share in Germany implementing an obligation of monitoring proactively the network because rapid share is a website where infringement can occur more easily. And then overseas, the DAFRA case in which the Supreme Court of Brazil imposed on YouTube proactive monitoring obligation. The Court of Beijing imposing proactive monitoring obligation when a work becomes too popular. At that point, you need to proactively monitor that. At the same time, this is not just related to copyright infringement, but it goes along all the spectrum of possible infringement online. Trademark infringement, the internet auction cases in Germany, privacy infringement, all the Max Mosley cases all over Europe, France, UK, and Germany, and then the Delphi case with proactive monitoring for news outlets. The only exception is the Belen case in Argentina, where the Supreme Court of Argentina, and then we can discuss more of these cases, the Supreme Court of Argentina said that proactive monitoring should not happen. You can have as a reference for all these cases the World Intermediary Liability Map, which is a project that I have launched at Stanford. I conclude going fast to the theoretical shift. What I think is that my impression is that we've been moving from moral theories, traditionally, initially, we dealt with intermediary liability through moral theories. You are liable because it's morally wrong to hide about infringement. Then we started using utilitarian and welfare theory, looking at the positive and negative externalities of imposing obligation. Only if there are those positive externalities, we impose obligation, and this had special benefits that was relevant for dual-use technology. Now the impression is that we are moving back to moral theories, from liability, what I say, to responsibility. We see that in most of the doctrine and civil society projects, the emphasis on even the terminology, liability, responsibility. We see that in the communication. And we heard that yesterday from Mr. Giorello. The responsibility of online platform is a key and cross-cutting issue. This means that we move from liability to responsibility, and in fact, we are moving to algorithmic liability, because responsibility done through voluntary measures by platform means that the responsibility will be means that algorithms will be in charge of the responsibility. This is definitely a centrifugal move, the one of voluntary measures. There is also a centripetal one, that is the one of the development of a Bill of Rights. And I'll stop here. Hopefully, the development of more Bill of Rights will have to counter voluntary measure and the centrifugal move that they bring, because clearly voluntary measure applied through algorithms depends on the companies, the algorithms, and who develops them that apply the enforcement.
Thank you very much. Sorry, just one question before we go to the coffee break, which has been waiting already for more than 20 minutes. Maybe I can make a small comment, but so isn't there a conflict in what you are saying? So on the one hand, we are going towards strict liability, and on the other hand, there is this kind of moral connotation, because strict liabilities cannot have a full moral ground, because.
The move towards responsibility is caused by the mix between legal obligation that might come up now with the reform and voluntary measures. My argument about this move towards moral theories, back to moral theories, is the important promotion of voluntary measures that all over the world seems to emerge. And yes, as long as we implement legal obligation, although we might disagree with the modalities, there we are in the domain of intermediary liability. But my impression is that we are leaving that domain, moving towards more voluntary action from intermediaries themselves upon pressure of right holders. In that sense, I see a move towards responsibility and back to moral theories.
The coffee break is waiting for us outside of the door. Sorry? 10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes this time, because we are already very late. Okay. Bye, Lori. Thanks for being with us. We cannot invite you to the coffee break. If you want, you can join us for the next session. We can leave you online as you like. Lori, are you hearing us? Apparently not. Stop sharing. Okay. That's
perspective of new obligations. The panel is quite packed, as we will have 5 presentations and 6 speakers. That's why I would really like to ask our speakers to stick to time. That's why we have those 2 little clocks in there, 1 clock and 1 timer. And please, for once in a while, have a look and see whether you're sticking to your 15 minutes, because otherwise we'll have problems making lunch today as well. And first, I would like to give the floor to Eleonora Rosati, just on my right. Eleonora, as she already introduced herself, I will just briefly say that she's an associate professor of IP law in Southampton, and I think all of us know her also as a contributor to IPCAT blog that most of us follow on a daily basis. So, Eleonora, I give floor to you to address the issue of interplay between new obligations and EU acquis. Just a clarification.
Thanks so much, Ula, and good morning, everyone. As the title of my presentation, I tried to focus on the issue of clarification, because, as you know, the proposal of the European Commission, as far as the value gap is concerned, broadly speaking, has been criticized quite extensively. But recently I've read a blog post by a German IP academic who instead stressed that the proposal of the European Commission in the form in which it was released in September 2016 will not change the legislative acquis and the case law of the Court of Justice of the European Union, but will be just a clarification of already existing obligations. So what I would like to do in the time at my disposal is to recall briefly the content of the value gap proposal, what the Commission idea is to tackle this problem, and then to look in particular at what is not in the proposal, what is missing from there, and in particular that is the relationship with the e-commerce directive that is mentioned nowhere in the body of the directive, and an attempt also to codify existing case law of the Court of Justice of the European Union, and then something else that is missing is some key definitions that whose non-presence might be problematic eventually. Then I will focus on the draft report that Ms. Comodini Caccia released on 10th of March last. And as you know, there is already some reshaping of the value gap proposal, and in particular I would like to address what the main changes could be. And finally, comment on whether what is being proposed at the European Union level is indeed a clarification of the existing law on copyright. So, starting from the value gap proposal and trying to simplify something that is instead fairly complex, basically the construction proposed by the Commission will be that of obliging hosting providers that give access to large amounts of copyright works to either enter licensing agreements with right holders unless they qualify for the safe harbor protection in Article 14 of the Commerce Directive, and in any case adopt effective technologies to prevent the upload of allegedly infringing content. However, something that has not been really discussed in the aftermath of the Commission's proposal is the fact that the entire architecture of the value gap proposal is rooted within the idea that these hosting providers will make acts of communication to the public, because both the obligation to enter licensing agreements and adopt filtering technologies would indeed be triggered by the fact that there is an act of communication in the first place. What is missing from the text of the directive? First of all, the e-commerce directive is not mentioned, as I said. And this might be indeed problematic because, of course, the liability regime of hosting providers is closely connected and is indeed enshrined in this piece of EU legislation. In addition, there is something that has already been discussed at length, and it is the fact that the value gap proposal might be at odds with the prohibition in Article 15 of the Commerce Directive of imposing on intermediaries an obligation, a general obligation to monitor content that they store or transmit. In this sense, indeed, there has been quite a broad concern as to whether indeed this proposal might be compatible with Article 15. In addition, the Commission in the directive also attempted a codification of existing case law on intermediary liability. And in this sense, at the time of the proposal, I was not entirely sure that this codification would be correct. The reason is that in recital 38, the Commission seems to assume that wherever there is some sort of optimization or promotion of content, then the provider at issue plays an active role which will make it ineligible for the safe harbor regime. This clearly has some connection with the seminal decision of the Court of Justice of the European Union in L'Oréal, but it is important to recall that what the Commission put in the draft directive is only part, and perhaps not entirely correct, of the L'Oréal judgment, in which indeed the Court of Justice said that an active provider might be outside the scope of the safe harbor protection. However, that will be only the case when the role played by the provider will give it knowledge or control over the data or information stored or transmitted. And in the proposal released by the Commission, there is indeed no clear mention of this element of knowledge or control. Something else that is missing and was also mentioned yesterday by Ms. Comodini during her keynote address is that in its proposal the Commission seems to limit the application of Article 13 only to providers that give access to large amounts of copyright works. She highlighted, in my opinion correctly, that large amounts is a loose phrase. It is not entirely clear when a certain amount is large enough to trigger the application of Article 13, and indeed this might create some uncertainties. Another issue that I've already outlined is that the entire mechanism of Article 13 is linked to the making of an act of communication to the public. The Commission refrained from defining what communication to the public is, and in this sense, I believe that the intention was to rely on existing and future case law of the Court of Justice of the European Union. And the question that arises, and has already been addressed to some extent in a national case law, is who makes an act of communication to the public. If you take a video sharing platform or a streaming platform like YouTube, the question is whether the user uploader makes the act of communication to the public, or whether it is YouTube that makes the act of communication to the public, or it is both. And I think that in this sense the question remains open. Until 3 days ago, I would have said that only the user uploader makes an act of communication to the public. And the reason is linked to a case law of the Court of Justice of the European Union, in particular the decision in GS Media, in which the court considered a number of criteria to determine when there might be liability under Article 3, and focused in particular on the notion of indispensable intervention. That is to say that only the subject that makes this indispensable intervention to give access to the work might be possibly liable under Article 3 of the Information Society Directive. So in this sense, I would have been tempted to say that a hosting provider that gives access to copyright works would, in very rare cases, make an act of communication to the public. Now it seems to me that the situation might have changed, in particular after the decision on the 26th of April in film Speller, a case that has a very specific factual background. It concerns the sale of multimedia players with pre-installed add-ons that give users the possibility to access infringing content over the internet. But in that case, the Court of Justice followed substantially the opinion of the Advocate General and suggested that the intervention needed to fall within the scope of Article 3 would no longer be just the indispensable one, but an intervention that facilitates access to the content. So this is an interesting decision. It might change the understanding of communication to the public and, in a sense, make also the architecture of Article 13 more plausible from the point of view of existing case law of the Court of Justice. This, of course, is subject to further developments. There is now another case pending before the Court of Justice, which is the Zigo reference concerning the Pirate Bay. And in that case, that is another reference for a preliminary ruling from the Netherlands, the question is whether a subject like the Pirate Bay, that doesn't host any content but only provides links to torrent sites from which content can be downloaded, makes acts of communication to the public and therefore might be primarily liable for copyright infringement. In his opinion, Advocate General Spooner answered this point in the affirmative, and I think that seeing what the outcome in Film Speller has been, also in Zigo, the Court of Justice might follow the Advocate General and say that also an intervention that facilitates the finding of content might be such as to trigger liability under Article 3. So, a couple of observations regarding the construction of the value gap as proposed by the European Commission. On the one hand, there was the attempt by the Commission to codify existing case law, and as far as L'Oréal is concerned, codify in a non very accurate fashion. But if one looks at case law on communication to the public, at least the case law that has been decided after September, then the construction of the Commission might be fairly acceptable, at least as far as the direction of the Court of Justice is concerned. The second point is that the Commission's proposal leaves a number of gaps, and it is unclear how these should be filled. Determining what large amounts means is just an example. As you know, the proposal has been subject to a number of discussions, and on 10th of March, Ms. Comodini Caccia released her draft report. To some extent, there is a rethinking of the value gap proposal, but rather than a substantial rethinking, I see it as a fine-tuning and an addressing of the most problematic parts of the Commission's proposal. The first thing that the report does is to add a reference to the e-commerce directive. And in this sense, as Ms. Comodini explained yesterday, the proposal of the European Commission is to be seen as supplementing the regime envisaged by the Commerce Directive, but not altering it. The second point is that the draft report suggests the removal of the phrase large amounts of copyright works, but this reference is replaced with something that honestly is fairly ambiguous potentially, that is user uploaded content. What is this in copyright terms? Then there are some attempts to clarify the relationship between right holders and the hosting providers and the agreements that they will conclude. there is no longer a reference to effective technologies, but still there is a reference in recital 39 to content recognition technologies. Finally, something that Ms. Comodini stressed also yesterday is the fact that now Article 13 clarifies that the overall construction is without prejudice to the application of exceptions and limitations. This is a welcome addition, but again, I think is more of a clarification rather than a substantial rethinking of the proposal. So, what to make of the value gap proposal? Here one can try to read the lips and understand what the general feeling has been for some commentators. Trying to be more serious, the first issue that remains is whether there is or there is not a value gap problem. By looking at the draft report by Comodini, it seems to me that she also accepts the idea that there is indeed a value gap in the current scenario. So this might suggest that indeed this provision is due to stay in a more or less altered form, but I don't think that its fate will be as radical as that of the press publisher's right, which is due probably to removal from the final text of the directive. The second point is that, of course, the value gap proposal raises a number of issues. It is populated by a number of legal complexities and possibly ambiguities that should need to be clarified at this stage and before the directive is adopted, because the risk that I think is fairly high might be that at the implementation stage, member states take different directions, and so this attempt of harmonizing national laws might fail, both at the implementation stage and later on when national courts will be called to interpret resulting national provisions. The final point is a fact that it is that the value gap proposal deals with concepts that are undergoing significant evolution. The value gap is rooted within the concept of communication to the public, which the Commission does not define. And as the case law of the Court of Justice demonstrates, defining what communication to the public is and who makes an act of communication to the public has been proving to be a fairly thorny issue. Just to give you an idea of the numbers, since the adoption of the Information Society Directive, I counted 17 decisions of the Court of Justice on communication to the public, and now 18 with Film Speller. There is the Ziggo reference still pending, plus an additional reference from Germany that was made during the month of March. So clearly there are uncertainties at the interpretative level that have arisen in cases litigated before national courts, and the Court of Justice has been trying to make a sense of Article 3 in the context particularly of technological evolution. Whether this process has been successful is another issue, of course. So, coming to a conclusion, the value gap proposal, as I think we will see more at length during the other presentations and today during the panel discussion, certainly raises a number of points, and indeed it has been criticized extensively. But on the other hand, it is an issue, the point of whether there is a value gap, that indeed seems due to stay, for at least in the forthcoming future. And in this sense, I concluded with the images of a happy Gingy and pretty upset Gingy that I think sums up the sides of the debate as far as the value gap is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleonora, very much for this presentation, and I think especially touching on a problem of a concept of communication to the public, that nowadays we really have a problem saying what it is anymore, especially after recent judgment. And at this point, I would like to open the floor for questions, as we're limited on time. 2 questions. Professor Hugenhout, please.
Thank you, Eleonora. That was another excellent presentation. I think what it shows is also the point I made earlier in this conference yesterday. If the European court's jurisprudence goes on in this direction that was sketched out, and Filmspeler is obviously pointing in that direction, as will Ziggo and others, this whole discussion about the value gap proposal will become redundant. The European Court will simply decide that what some already read in the proposal is actually true, that platforms communicate to the public. I wouldn't bet on another result currently. What that means is that those who don't like that result, I think, should mentally prepare themselves for other approaches. I said yesterday, it's really time that we start thinking about harmonizing positive standards of contributory infringement. If we don't have those in place in Europe, courts, or the present European Court, will just continue to apply this very extensive concept of direct infringement to the detriment of the system of copyright and all sorts of freedoms that we want to preserve. So I really think we should start looking for some middle ground here. Otherwise, copyright will be really the rule in areas where we never expected it to be.
Thank you so much for your comment. I indeed agree with you that paradoxically this value gap proposal that has been seen as changing the law on copyright at the European level, if this is the trend that you are seeing now, and if it is adopted as, for instance, Comodini is thinking of proposing, then indeed it might not change that much, and it might end up being just a clarification of where the law is going already.
Just a short additional comment to what you said, Bernd. I totally agree what you're saying concerning all this contributory and accessory liability and so on and so on. And we have also to keep in mind, okay, this conference is about copyright, but personality rights, defamation, etc. are also at stake. So if, let's say, our national courts now buying this doctrine, which is being developed in copyright, and they're applying that to other torts, then it really will go off the whole way. Then you really have a problem concerning freedom of speech, etc., etc. And I think there's really a danger for that. And we just talked about this yesterday. I thought I told you about this new proposal of the German Act concerning putting up fines up to 50 million euros against social network providers in case of hate speech. YouTube also is being affected by that, etc. And this goes directly in that way. And if we really have this doctrine in place there, then there are no more any barriers, let's say, for qualifying everything what we beforehand qualified as contributory liability as something direct.
To respond to Professor Spindler, it's already happening, I think. I think we are seeing all over the world a number of decisions that are expanding this idea to multiple other subject matters. Defamation, privacy, hate speech, I was mentioning some, but there is really much more. I think, in fact, that this trend is starting from the need of sanitizing the internet in speech-based context rather than copyright protection, and then now is moving to copyright enforcement. So it's already happening, I'd say, rather than fearing if it will be. I think it's already happening. On the point of value gap, there's something that always strikes me as hard hearing this word. It reminds me about 15 years ago when we were talking about the internet threat. It's exactly, echoes to me this idea of internet threat. And as for the idea of internet threat, this is exactly what's missing in the debate. We are looking into, no, we claim there is a value gap absent any type of empirical data telling us that there is one. At the same time, we overlook the data that's telling us that there might be, rather than a value gap, there might be an added value of the platform economy. And we have plenty of research telling us that the sky is rising rather than falling, and plenty of research that is telling us that, okay, maybe we are losing some money in the music business in connection to some format, but overall, the market for entertainment is growing bigger and bigger and bigger. So if we come up with any type of policy decision, we should take into consideration the value gap and the added value and put together the empirical evidence for both. And this is wholly absent from the discussion leading to the directive.
Thank you very much for your comments. As we're limited on time, we're proceeding to the next presentation. And here I would like to invite Professor Roberto Caso and Dr. Federica Giovanella from University of Trento, who will be presenting on Article 13 of the DSM Directive, a comparative perspective.
First of all, I would thank Giovanni Sartor, Eleonora Rosati, and Ula Furgal for inviting us and for the organization of this very interesting workshop. And then I show the structure of our presentation. In the first part, I do a very brief introduction, and in the second part, Federica will come back on DMCA and the reasons why DMCA doesn't embody a provision similar to Article 13. And in the last part, Federica will spend some words about European Court of Justice and then balancing rights in this perspective. Okay. Let me start with the metaphor. In honor of Professor Giovanni Sartor, because Giovanni is from Veneto, and this is one of the most enigmatic painting in the history of the art, the storm of Giorgione. Giorgione was from Castelfranco Veneto, and was one of the most important painters in the history of the art, and it's impossible to establish exactly the meaning of the painting. So, in my opinion, probably the Article 13 is a work of art. And because nobody is able to catch the meaning. So my suggestion is we can organize another couple of seminars in other Italian wonderful places to try to discover all possible meanings of the Article 13. Anyway, I don't want to repeat the criticism of many scholars. I share with Eleonora Rosati same criticism, and so we can move on. In our opinion, Article 13 is one of the masterpieces of the European Union copyright legislation because it's technically confused and vague, because it is against the acquis of the European Union, but in particular because it is wrong in terms of policy, and this is the main argument of our presentation. So, frankly speaking, I don't see any new in this field of European copyright law in terms of policy, because the central problem is the use of the technologies to shift from ex post enforcement through law to an ex ante enforcement through technology, by technology. So the problem is the same of the digital rights management, but in internet context. I think it is essentially wrong, because this is an obligation to embed in the platform the content recognition technologies, more precisely technology such as, this is another general formula of the Article 13, and it is completely wrong, because this means shaping technologies according only to the rights holder interests. So I give the floor to Federica for the other parts of our presentation.
Thank you. So basically, we will see that, of course, the European Commission's proposal is not the first attempt to impose an obligation on providers, impose an obligation of content recognition technologies. So this was a Congress record while the DMCA was drafted in 1997, so we are 20 years ago. And they said it was impossible for any provider to review all the materials, and especially it was not possible to create a legal obligation that was not technologically possible. So the issue was, of course, that you cannot impose something that someone can't do. So, and yes, at that time, exactly as it is now, there was a problem of copyright infringement, but there was a problem that they could not impose on providers something that would not have been possible, and they could not impose to monitor everything that was going online, let's say. This is another part of the same record, and it says that what was important to include in the DMCA was a balance of rights between copyright owners' needs, but the needs also of providers. And especially, one of the most interesting part of this record to me is that, of course, as we all know, the United States are a place where freedom of speech and freedom of expression is very important, probably the most important of the freedoms. And the idea to introduce these technologies was seen as a threat to freedom of expression. So the idea was to balance, the need was to balance these rights, and of course we had the right to intellectual property, freedom to conduct a business, and freedom of expression. And the introduction of content recognition technologies was seen as absolutely not compliant with the need to balance these rights. So what actually exists in the DMCA, it's not an imposition to have content recognition technologies, but instead there was this letter E of the OSILA provisions. So we have this paragraph 512, which is, of course, the paragraph that introduces safe harbor. And it also has a provision that says that intermediary must accommodate and do not interfere with standard technical measures, which are meant as measures that have been developed pursuant to a broad consensus of copyright owners and service providers in an open, fair, voluntary, and multi-industry standard process that should not impose substantial costs on service provider or substantial burdens on their systems. So it didn't impose the implementation of technologies, but it suggested that copyright owners and providers should find agreements, a broad consensus towards the use of something very close to that. And the DMCA also includes a provision which to me is very interesting, because it shows how the DMCA is less hypocritical than the European Commission proposal. Because as for the protection of privacy, the DMCA has a provision which is usually compared to Article 15 of the e-commerce directive. And it says, of course, that to enjoy safe harbors, providers should not be obliged to monitor their users. But at the same time, the provision says that that the provider should actually seek facts indicating, should seek facts indicating infringing activities, so it should monitor users when this is needed to comply with the standard technical measures that I've just explained. So this is less hypocritical than the European proposal, because of course, if you want to introduce some content recognition technologies, then you have at least somehow to monitor your users. What came out from provision 512E was that one of the measures was this user-generated content services principles that were drafted starting in 1997, so while the DMCA was still in the making. It's not really a broad consensus measure because there's, for instance, YouTube is not included in this principle agreement, but there are many others important platforms and as well as many important content owners. And the idea basically is that providers or user-generated content services should use effective content identification technologies with the goal of eliminating all infringing user-uploaded audio and video, all of them. So that's quite funny. But still, the way this is drafted, the way this is written, basically recalls the idea of fingerprinting. So that was the way they actually implemented the agreement. Of course, that idea and the way it was implemented led to a number of problems. So we had the problems when the DMCA was drafted, but we still have the same problems now that we have this new law or possible new law that's Article 13.1. Of course, as we all know, and this has been said many times in these 2 days, content recognition technologies do have false positives. We all know that they cannot understand what's a fair use, what's a parody, and so on. They impose high costs on intermediaries. In this, regarding this, there are a number of studies on the DMCA implementation, and Audible Magic submitted its comment saying that it's not exactly, it's not expensive, but if you have a look actually at the prices of the costs of this kind of technology, it's very high for a startup. It's very high for, these costs are very high for someone who wants to enter the market. So if you impose these high costs on intermediaries, of course you kill newcomers, and this means that we don't have pluralism. Then we, of course, as already said, content recognition technologies require filter trafficking. So traffic filtering, sorry. So basically, as we know, they monitor user, and this is problematic for data protection. And all the same, they do not protect properly intellectual property, because still we have false negative, and still we have content owners that are not really happy with that. So we still have all these issues with the very important among the most important rights covered and protected by our European Charter of Fundamental Rights. So, of course, freedom of expression, freedom of information, freedom to conduct a business, of course, data protection, and, of course, the right to intellectual property. So we should need something that balances this. And weird enough, Article 13 talks about measures that should be appropriate and proportionate. And proportionate, of course, recalls, at least to me, to us, recalls the idea of rights balancing. But how can you balance, how can you, with that something that is encoding technologically a law, how can you actually balance rights? Balancing of rights requires a case-by-case analysis. It's exactly the opposite of a technologically encoded law. They are just at the two ends of the same spectrum. So it doesn't really, yeah, it's, let's say, weird, to say the least. The question is, would everything be lost? Let's suppose in the worst case scenario that we will have this provision approved and enacted. We all know this. Of course, I put the name of the case, but everyone here knows probably better than I do these words. The Court of Justice have been talking about balancing of rights for the last 10 years. So should we trust the Court of Justice? Should we consider that the Court of Justice might be someone, let's say, that would save us in case of this, of approval of Article 13? Let's see, because of course, what I put on the previous slide was pre-music decision, and it was very generic. We all know it was very broad and didn't really give any guidance to member states' judges. But then we went through a path that led us to McFadden. McFadden is much more specific, and to us, this means at least 3 different things. First, providers are increasingly treated as private enforcers of private rights. Second, the decisions are going in a direction that is much more specific, increasingly specific. That means that national judges don't have leeway, so that they cannot decide properly on the case, on the facts of the case. And finally, copyright is the driver of the internet, as we were saying before. Copyright has been shaping the internet in the last years. And why should it be like this? So the question is, should we really trust the Court of Justice of the EU? Let's see. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm also amazed with your timing because you just made on the spot 15 minutes as the only presenters of this conference, actually. At this very moment, I would like to open floor for questions. Yeah, Giovanni, please.
Okay, so just a question for a clarification. You mentioned balancing and rules as if they were incompatible, but usually the speakers speak of definitional balancing. That is, you make the balancing, on the basis of the balance you find the rule, and then you apply the rule. Do you think that this is also impossible, that you can embed in this kind of contact recognition systems rules that reflect fair balancing, and then they are applied, achieving appropriate outcomes. Maybe having a second after that, when you get a response, there may be then a human. If there are reactions, there may be a further phase when the parties present their views, as in the system that Google presented.
So you mean, as for the second part of your question, you're talking about something like notice and take down, or like this kind of tools? Okay, of course that might be a way to balance rights. It's not really something empowering users, but anyway. I don't think, honestly, that technology can have the same discretion and the same, how do you say that, brain that a judge has. So, of course, definitional balancing is based on a single specific, the definitional balancing is considering something in general, but I don't think we can balance rights before having the case. So before having the facts of the case, balancing must be done in the case. So we don't, or at least I don't think that technology could be sufficiently clever to understand, well, sufficiently good to shape on each case. So I don't think it would be, so this proportionate measure, I don't think they exist.
Giuseppe, please.
Yes, just one remark. Don't you think that we would never have needed Article 13 if from the very beginning we had a good alignment between the e-commerce directive and the information society directive, because that's the real issue. Article 13 is an attempt that we probably don't like the way it is shaped to actually reopen, when it comes to copyright, the e-commerce directive, because this is what the Commission is trying to do. but in a way that is probably not ideal under copyright law, but it actually seeks to restate a principle. I don't see, frankly speaking, I don't see anything new under Article 13. This is my opinion, I know that many of you disagree with me, but it basically says that when it comes to uploading content online, if your platform is directly or indirectly commercial, you have to pay for content that belongs to someone else. This is basic copyright. It doesn't say anything more. And then we already have the rule of actual knowledge under the e-commerce directive. The liability exemptions work insofar as the intermediary doesn't have actual knowledge. Whenever there is actual knowledge, there is an obligation to shut the content down. So is your proposal, if I understand correctly, that of, deleting Article 13 from this proposal because we would probably need to address this issue under a potential revision of the e-commerce directive?
Yeah, right, exactly. I don't think that it should stay there, and I've been thinking about this, and as you know, for instance, in the USA, we have two different systems of exemption of liability, so the DMCA and the CDA, according to the different matter. And I was thinking perhaps we should need something like this, because it would balance better, I don't know, maybe it could balance better the different rights at stake. Mm-hmm. And of course, yes, I think at some point, probably we need some redrafting of the e-commerce directive, yes.
Okay, just two comments, let's say, or question, which one is adding, let's say, to what you said. And there's actually for YouTube, as far as I understood the technology which had been presented, is actually dynamite. Because then using content ID, even for ads, etc., would create actual knowledge. So then you're out of the safe harbor of Article 14. So this is something of dynamite. I have to admit that I have not really reflected on that point, but it was not so clear for me how the content ID is working. Second remark, the InfoSoc directive, I had been there, let's say, in the times of the end of the 90s when the e-commerce directive had been negotiated, and I can tell you it was really a connection between them both, the Information Society Directive and the e-commerce directive. They knew what they did. So probably they knew it. I can't tell. I'm not a politician. The question goes from a comparative legal perspective now to all friends here. Perhaps they can add something to that, because this sort of enforcement, this sort of content ID technology is already there concerning injunctions. If you look, for example, at German cases, you have this famous decision of the German High Federal Court called Kinderhochstühle, Trip Trap. Yeah, it's a producer, it was against eBay. And then the German High Federal Court told eBay, okay, you're out of an injunction if you are using an automated enforcement system. And this automated enforcement system was more or less the same technology as Content ID is still there in place, called VeriSign. So, but only then, if you are using this system, then you're out of the obligations concerning injunctions. So this gives you some sort of incentive, but you can view it also from the other side of the medal. It's some sort of an obligation to install something alike a content ID or automated enforcement system. And I'm just wondering what the case law concerning injunctions in other countries is, because that's not harmonized.
Okay.
There's a great book which covers a lot of that in 3 countries. The name has already been mentioned a few times. Christina Angelopoulos has written the Bible on liability for intermediaries in copyright infringement cases, and she goes through the case law very extensively in Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. And not only does she do that, she also infers from that more general norms that could be input for a positive harmonization of liability standards. So, and as you will have guessed, there are enormous differences at the local and national level. But in the end, the ground rules applied by the courts aren't that different in their results. So she does see some scope for harmonization. The book is out since 3 months or so, I think.
Yeah,
it's her PhD.
Okay, thank you very much. Cedric,
Just
remark?
for Gerald, because you mentioned the eBay case, this was about an injunction about trademark and the protection of trademark and the use of an automated system. We had this case once where a court found that we should use Conrad ID to protect, the re-upload of content. In our case, when we have to do this on behalf of the right holder, we don't have a license to manipulate the files with which we can recognize the uploaded content. So there's some irony in this, because in Conrad ID we let others use our system. When we have injunctions, we are not protected, and we technically infringe someone else's proprietary content. So there's some irony in the injunction you're describing here.
Okay. Mr. Reina, but really briefly, please.
Very, very briefly. I largely agree with what all of you have said, that these measures are closer to an enforcement measure rather than a copyright per se. But if we look at it from a political perspective and the discussions that are happening in Brussels and the real intention behind Article 13, and discussing even with the industry, the creative industry as such, they don't care so much about Article 13 as an enforcement measure as long as they can make big players like Google's YouTube liable. What they're looking really is the liability and be able to exactly get more money from the licenses. So if we look at the wording as such of Article 13, is this just a tool to put more pressure on the platforms? Because Google's already have their own content recognition technology, but this provision, what makes, is enable the right holders to have a say on how the technology is designed. And this is what can be used as a bargaining tool at the end of the day to push them to acquire the licenses. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this discussion. Now we'll move to the next presentations, which actually will consider automated technologies. And at this point, I give voice to Sophie Stella Bourdillon. I hope more or less I pronounced that okay. Sophie is an associate professor in informational technologies and IP law at University of Southampton. Did you get the, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what I will do, I will be repeating many of the arguments that have been already put forward on the table, but maybe in a slightly different fashion, trying to wrap many things up. So the title that has been allocated to me is Automated Technologies and Fundamental Rights, Questions of General Monitoring Obligations. Why such a title? Because some say, I'm not going to give any names, automation is cool and sexy. Why? Because with automation, we can do things we are not able and allowed to do before. So the question I'm going to ask is whether that is actually true. Why am I asking this question? Because of the importance and relevance of human rights and fundamental rights. Two sources out of the blue, the European Convention of Human Rights and the European Charter of Fundamental Rights. So just to be clear, I'm asking this question not only because there is this old-fashioned, some say, e-commerce directive in place. Where do we start? We start with the e-commerce directive, and we've mentioned Article 14 and others. Article 15 is more interesting for my purpose now, in particular paragraph 1. You all know it by heart. By now, member states shall not impose a general obligation on providers when providing the services covered by Article 12, 13, and 14 to monitor the information which they transmit or store, nor a general obligation actually to seek facts or circumstances indicating illegal activity. There is a nor in between. Recital 47 gives some other specifications. Member states are prevented from imposing a monitoring obligation on service providers only with respect to obligations of a general nature. This does not concern monitoring obligation in a specific case, and in particular does not affect orders by national authorities in accordance with national legislation. So we have a clash or distinction between monitoring obligations of a general nature and monitoring obligations in a specific case. Oh my God, what is a MOG? A monitoring obligation of a general nature. So in order to answer that question, I will try to tell you the tales of MOGs, monitoring obligations of a general nature. And I've divided the tales into 3 episodes. The first one is the episode 1, obviously, that I will call the foundations. And we've discussed that extensively. The SABAM and Netlog case, building on the Scarlett and SABAM case, where SABAM requested that Netlog be ordered immediately to cease unlawfully making available musical or audiovisual works from SABAM's repertoire. How could Netlog do it in practice? Well, with content recognition technologies, of course. Netlog was not very happy and claimed that, as you know, that granting such an injunction could result in the imposition of an order that it introduced for all its customers in abstracto and as a preventative measure at its own cost and for an unlimited period, a system for filtering most of the information which is stored on its servers. What did the Court of Justice say? Quite loudly, such an injunction is not compatible with EU law. Why? There are different reasons for that. One of them is the following. We have a problem with Article 15 of the E-commerce Directive. And why exactly do we have a problem? Because the system would actually, the injunction, which would amount to a filtering system, would oblige the service provider to actively monitor almost all the data relating to all of its service users. If you look at the way this argument is actually drafted, it's also very similar to another argument that this time relates to fundamental rights, and in particular to the right to data protection. The injunction requiring installation of the contested filtering system would involve the identification, systematic analysis, and processing of information connected with the profiles created on the social network by its users. So the reasons for finding a MOG and an interference with the right to data protection are actually very similar. So in that sense, there is a very intimate relationship between Article 15 and the right to data protection. The Court of Justice goes on and also refers to other fundamental rights, as we said earlier, and in particular the right to freedom of information, and mentioned the fact that the installation of a filtering system could lead to the blocking of lawful communications. Why? Because we also have exceptions to exclusive rights. And by the way, exceptions differ among member states. So there is also an intimate relationship between, in that case, between Article 15 and freedom of expression information. In particular, when the monitoring is actually automated. Why? Because, as I said, the law is complex. We can have a prima facie infringement, but you could also have exceptions. And second, because the technology is not able to assess context, and this has been discussed already. The Court of Justice also mentioned another fundamental right, which is the freedom to conduct one's business. And if you look at also the red parts of the reasoning, it's also quite similar to the finding of a monitoring obligation. So I've got another intimate relationship between Article 15 and this time the freedom to conduct one's business. Some might say that these are too many relationships. Maybe, maybe not. So what can we do is the next question. Or what are we allowed to do? To monitor the data of some users, for example, repeat infringers? But then we will need to make sure that these users are actually repeat infringers, right? That brings us to episode 2, the rise of bubbles. As Christian Albertine Jim said in January, we are seeing now the rise of different types of bubbles. And these bubbles are rising, but not necessarily popping. The copyright bubble and the privacy bubble. obviously the corporate lawyers think about copyright, but not necessarily about data protection or privacy, and vice versa. When did it start? Well, you can see it with the Telecabel case, for example, which was a case about a slightly different service, an access provider, and one of the questions that was posed before the court was whether it is compatible with union law, in particular with the balancing exercise, to prohibit in general terms access providers from allowing its customers access to a certain website. There is no really discussion of general monitoring, obviously, because it's not exactly the question posed to the court, and there is no discussion of privacy or data protection implications in that case. Second, with the McFadden case, we also see the same trend. There are different measures examined in that case. Article 15 is mentioned, but if you look at the final measure that is actually adopted, the password protection measure, obviously there is no discussion of general monitoring and no discussion of privacy and data protection, although I've been told that if that question had been raised, maybe we would have had a different result. But if general monitoring implies the systematic gathering of information about all users to determine at a second stage whether activities are unlawful, shouldn't we be asking these questions? And then we have our proposal for a new copyright directive, which is also an illustration of the rise of these bubbles. What the hell is the discussion reference about Article 15 of the e-commerce directive? When there is a case on filtering by an online platform. So now, who is for the third episode? We could have a third episode, and then I would call it Back to the Roots. We go back to the Saban and Nettle case, and we read once again the reasonings of the Court of Justice in that case, and the explanation as to why we have a monitoring obligation of a general nature. We can also look at the explanation as to why we have interference with fundamental rights. What are the consequences of this approach? Can one argue that if online platforms do not decide whether content is lawful or not, then necessarily the monitoring is therefore targeted? Maybe not, if I look at the case law of the Court of Justice. In order to characterize a monitoring obligation of a general nature, it is actually crucial to review the algorithmic practices. And in particular, the profiling and retention practices, but also the security, robustness, accuracy of the technology. And by the way, if there is a concern about overblocking, shouldn't the EU start with harmonizing exceptions first, as it was hinted by the Court of Justice in the Netlaw case? As for the epilogue to my story, guess what? Getting rid of Article 13 doesn't necessarily end the story. Even if the EU or a member state does not impose a monitoring obligation of a general nature, then, well, we can see that online platforms, or at least some of them, are already doing it. So the question is, shouldn't someone be actually scrutinizing what they are doing? Instead of singing the tune, if they can do it, and they have done it, everyone should do it, no matter how they are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. And now I open the floor for the questions. Yeah.
A quick logical question to my neighbor, to Sophie. You suggest introducing a system of government oversight, perhaps of filtering done already by online platforms like YouTube. Could you clarify what you are thinking? What you suggest?
Well, I'm essentially asking the question at this stage. I don't think I have the solution yet. I'm looking for ways to actually understand how the technology works in practice. And when I see cases decided by the Court of Justice where it actually says that the way the technology is implemented is irrelevant, then I think I have a problem with that. So yeah, I can't give you the solution on the table, but I'd like to have people thinking about ways we could actually increase the transparency, get access to the data, and ways that to have explanations as a way it actually works.
Sorry, Sophie, you discussed the Scarlet Saban case and compared with monitoring content on platforms. But isn't it different to monitor communications between people and check whether there are copyrighted works on what is available on the open internet already in the public? It seems to me that the two contexts are quite different, or not? So one thing is interfering with communication between people, as is the Saban case, or any kind of communication going on, while here there is open content, on the open internet, and the issue is to check whether there is intellectual property on one of those if intellectual property is hosted. So it seems to me that the connection with personal data is different in the two cases, or not?
I don't think the fact that the platform is open gets rid of the arguments that you are monitoring the behavior. It's all debate about personal data. The fact that it's open or not is not really relevant. It's the fact that you are systematically gathering information about people or about usages or about practices that really matters in the end. Yeah, but if we are interested, if you are the concept of monitoring, and which actually relates maybe more to data protection than anything else, is I think is also applied even in a context that is actually open. Giuseppe?
I have a question for Sophie. Don't you think that Article 15 of the E-Commerce Directive might be revised in light of the developments? Because, you know, in the late 90s, platforms were not what they are now. And basically, the way to monitor our life allows them also to sell data about ourselves. You know, the tension with the personal data protection is serious. Because when you mentioned in your presentation the issue of balancing of rights, the costs which are disproportionately high, and this is something that also the Court of Justice in Sabam versus Netlock said it was an important argument. But have you ever put yourself in the position of small content producers, individual creators? Because they give up enforcing their rights. Basically, sometimes they resort to Content ID, and Google in this respect has been like pioneer in this respect. So in this respect, Google has merits in this respect. But when it comes to Facebook, for instance, if you put yourself in the shoes of non-performing artists, because with musicians you always have the argument, oh, they gain exposure, they can still sell, you know, more tickets for their concerts. But I have many friends who are video makers, photographers, you know, young film directors and so forth. What's your solution? How do you see the future of this coexistence between freedom to do business online, which is something we don't want to change, obviously, and the need, especially for non-performing artists, so not musicians, but have in mind photographers, you know, film producers and so forth. How do you see the future? Because we shouldn't forget that the reforms that we are doing now will last for a long time. So probably we are looking at the present situation, but we don't know how the content database will evolve in the future. I'm aware, for instance, of the failure of the global report database, which was a project that you invested a lot of energy and a lot of money on, and it's unfortunate that the database is actually not available, no? But don't you think that we should probably rethink of this interface in the future? And what's your proposal about that?
Well, I don't pretend to have the solution to all these questions, and I'm not saying either that automation should be put into the bin. I think what matters at this stage is not so much to focus on the technology itself, but also to look at the whole process. And this is why I speak about practices and not only about automation and the technology itself. So we need to invest and think about how we can better regulate the processes. We are not going to get rid of the technology. In fact, everything is actually automated. Even the notice and takedown procedure is automated. We have too many materials online, so this is almost inevitable that the machine is going to step in at some stage. But we need to better think about we can regulate the process.
Mr. Reina, please.
Sophie, one quick question. Do you have, following on your last reflection, do you have any thoughts about what means or tools citizens or individuals can use to ask, for example, a court to check the lawfulness of the current technologies?
Well, I don't have the perfect solution either. If you look at some of the cases in the UK, for example, I'm not saying they have the solution either, because we can argue on the actual outcome of the decision, but there is an attempt to actually look at how this is all implemented. If you look at the blocking injunctions cases, for example, although with the telecable case, then we are missing one fundamental right and went out of the picture. You will have to use experts and reports from different parties, but if we don't engage now with these issues and don't look at the practices, we'll just miss the whole picture and we won't be able to actually answer the problem. Yeah.
Thank you very much. At this point, we'll move to the next presenter of the day, Professor Gerald Spindler from University of Göttingen. Yeah, having real problem pronouncing all those names. Professor Spindler will present on intermediary liability in the eyes of the Court of Justice.
Okay. Thank you very much. And usually the saying is, I'm the last but not the least, but that time I think I'm really the least because everything already had been said concerning the Court of Justice, concerning all these cases, and you're fully aware of that. And for that reason, I will be really short and I will just do something additional which is not in the slides. I hope you agree with that. So really very brief, let's say, with my slides, you know this all, it's not covered injunctions. We don't have, let's say, these so-called special monitoring obligations as the court puts it up, especially and particularly the German ones, and the European Court of Justice bought this argument. We heard a lot about L'Oreal. There you have affirmation that injunctions are not covered. And what is important, and Sophie, I'm just wondering whether you carefully read also the L'Oreal decision, but there you have the obligation to identify people. This is what the court really explicitly stated in one paragraph. I was just wondering what your opinion is about that. So it is a little bit, you're being puzzled if you're reading all these court decisions, and sometimes you got the impression that the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, and this goes also to the reporters of that. And you haven't mentioned, for example, the decision concerning data retention, the recent one of December. Yeah, but if you see, you have von Dunwitz, which had been the reporter on that, and Malinowski is always the reporter on copyright. And sometimes I have the impression that they're not really talking with each other. Yeah, exactly. So, but L'Oreal, for example, they already stated that there is an obligation to identify in an injunction, and this is worrying sometimes. Okay, role freedom of speech, you put that all already on the table, so I can be quick here, and neutral function and Papa's hours, we can skip this Delphi with Estonia. We also mentioned that, and L'Oreal notifications of illegal activities. This is something important concerning content ID and actual knowledge, because then you really have to identify specifically what the content is about concerning knowledge. And we have Scarlett extended. You extendedly, let's say, analyzed this. I don't want to go more into detail here. We have this Telegabel decision. You also mentioned that, and we have the McFadden case. Concerning the McFadden case, perhaps one have to realize that this was also a bad case brought forward by the lower court of Munich, because they only identified 3 possible actions. And they saw the European Court of Justice, they restricted himself only to these 3 actions, because the lower court didn't mention anything else. And for that reason, perhaps it should be a little bit overstated, let's say, to put now this obligation of a password on the table there. But unfortunately, Malinowski said that a password system should be one of the possible actions in order to identify the people and the potential infringers. I also want to point out that we have a very good case in Germany, the so-called Gold Esel, which also refers to access providers, and they're really in a huge reasoning. The Court of Justice, for example, the High Federal Court required the right holder to engage detectives, for example, before he is claiming for a blocking injunction. So this goes very, very far, and already the right holders complained that this court decision would lead to nothing for them, so they cannot claim anymore a blocking injunction. And in fact, I am not aware of any claim after this decision had been taken, and now we have in the Parliament a new act amending our implementation act of the e-commerce directive, exactly trying to implement and to codify this reasoning of the German High Federal Court. And we will see what the European Commission will say to that. It's notified. We have this blogger decision in Germany. I don't want to go further into that. But this slide, I think this is the focal point of it all. And sorry that we're here in a copyright conference, but copyright is mainly about money. And there is a solution from an economic point of view. If you've got enforcement problems, if you have problems to balance freedoms of rights, then there is a simple solution: put a levy on it. Just put a levy on it. And then it's gone. Then you are totally justified as somebody just using the platform. Then YouTube doesn't have any more problems. You can charge, for example, somebody who's placing the ads, etc., etc. A levy could solve so many problems which are related to enforcement. And every economist is telling you levies are not the best solution, but the second best solution if you cannot really enforce something without going to the detriment of other rights. So it may turn out as something very good, and it would also help, for example, the right holders, but it would also help the users. There would be no criminalization, nothing at all left at the end, because it's about money. The problem concerning all monitoring obligations, and this is what industry is really complaining about, is defamation and personality rights, because you cannot monitor that in the same way. So we organized just 4 or 6 years ago a workshop in Germany, bringing the ministry together, bringing the heads, let's say, of internet industry together, also Google, for example, and they did not complain about copyright actions. They did complain about the defamation problem. And here, all the monitoring obligation. And this is something their levies could not work for personality or rights or defamation. So I don't want to blast here now the scope of the conference, but I think here is the real problem between anonymity on one side and chilling effects concerning freedom of speech on one side and enforcing rights on the other side. So I think the answer to that lies really in the data retention decision of the European Court of Justice. You have to identify, and somehow you have to identify the users on your platform, but the disclosure of this data should be put under a judge decision, a prior judge decision, like in the data retention cases. But it would be a lie, or really a lie, to tell people there is enforcement possible without identification. Of course, you have to identify people if you want to enforce any kind of right. You cannot really deny that. So you have to strike this balance. And I know this is really a sacred topic for the community, because then it's being perceived as a fundamental attack upon anonymity on the internet, etc., etc. I would say no. It is just to have a judge who has to decide that afterwards. If not, then you have to give us a solution concerning enforcement of other rights than copyright. Once again, for copyright, the solution would be easy for me if you are going the same way on. And we have already this solution in the normal copyright world. Think of all the levies you got on, let's say, like computers, for example, smartphones, etc. And the reason for introducing these levies had been very simple. Personality rights, data protection, exactly what Sophie had told us. It is absolutely right, what Sophie pointed out. But the solution to that had already been found in the 60s. Just place a levy on the apparatus, on the technology, then the producers, etc., will charge back the users, and then you're not running anymore into problems of disclosing personal data, etc., etc. This worked pretty well in most of the countries which I'm aware of, but the problem is you cannot do it concerning defamation or anything like personality rights. So here, to my mind, lies the real problem concerning the e-commerce directive and everything else. So I will stop here now. I think notice and take down as a general remedy, this worked pretty well, but we have to harmonize it more. In the future, we have to specify that what counter notice are safe harbors, if somebody's taking it down or not, etc., etc. But this is another topic for another conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That was indeed a brief presentation, I think the briefest of the day, but very on a point. So now I open the floor for discussion.
But everything has been said before, and I cannot, let's say, add something additional to such a good presentation like Sophie's. Sophie all put it on the table, and that's absolutely right. Nothing to contradict, so I can be brief on that.
Giancarlo, please.
Quick question. The levies should impinge on what? The levies should impinge on what? The broadband? Which type?
Well, first we started with the idea to place it on the traffic, really on the data traffic. Imposing a general levy on the data traffic and then using statistical models how much users are using, let's say, the data, the traffic for copyright infringement, in brackets, or everything which is related in copyright. And which is actually in place in some countries. If you look, for example, at broadcasters, then on a voluntary basis, you have some sort of a plug-in in your technology, just controlling, it's voluntary, just controlling what kind of copyrighted material you are viewing, etc. And on that basis, the fees are calculated, which are being paid by the broadcasters to the right holders. And this works. And so our, let's say, our model, what this is 4 or 5 years back, was to put the general data traffic on a, let's say, on the calculation basis for levies. Nowadays, we have a reformed model, a reform proposal by my colleagues, Axel Metzger, for example, and they're just trying to modify that in a way that only the platforms, however you are going to define platforms, that only on platforms levies are being put. So only the platforms then have to pay a levy.
But because just to understand better, are we going to face here the same problem of the proposal a la Fisher, Professor Fisher from Harvard, of an alternative compensation system with infrastructure cost here to set up the registry and in popularity of imposing a levy on subject which might not, in fact, use the internet for accessing
It's absolutely right. Like every levy, you cannot really do it in a micro exact way. So every levy in an economic perspective is something general, something abstract. You never will get, let's say, absolute justice for everybody with internet access, etc., etc. But the benefit of this model is that you're not running into problems with other fundamental rights. Not anymore, because nobody's asking what you're really doing. We will just have a statistical basis, which is the same concerning here our computers, our tablets, our smartphones. Or how do you think the levies are calculated? Yeah, that's the way it goes. Nobody asks you from the right holders to disclose the content on your smartphone to the right holders, because we're coping with that by levies. And this was the fundamental approach So in a win-win situation for the right holders as well as for platform operators, because no enforcement at all, no problems more in the future, etc., etc. Yeah, but unfortunately, well, this was a very radical approach.
Just last thing, I agree with you, as I like very much Professor Fischer's proposal when it came out. The problem is seems that it's impossible to find consensus to go in that direction. It's very, very hard to find enough consensus to implement anything like that because there are no public monies and because of imposing new taxes is always unpopular. That's a big problem there, I suppose.
Sure, but these are absolutely not new problems. We have all these kind of procedures already in place concerning the traditional levies. There are negotiations which, of course, are very difficult. It's no counter-argument. They are very difficult, and sometimes it takes more than 6 or 7 years. You have problems of insolvency, etc., but they are being dealt with already in the existing levy systems. So why don't we extend that to other, let's say, phenomenon? And so we can get rid of all these problems, of all these fundamental problems, at least in copyright, not in other areas, unfortunately, no.
Augustin, please.
Thank you very much for that reflection. I particularly hate the current levy system for private copying, not because of the logic, which I fully agree with you, but how it has been implemented. And one of the reasons that we have so many problems is because of the lack of harmonization, basically. But the logic as such, it's accurate. It's actually to prevent the monitoring and the checking of consumers' consumption behaviors. You know? And despite the fact that the current system doesn't work for practical reasons, I think there is room to explore, you know, the idea of a levy for these type of situations. And my question is actually to Bernd on the alternative compensation schemes that you have been working on in the past. Do you have any reflections about the application of such a system beyond the file sharing, but specifically for this type of situation of content sharing on video platforms?
Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, my institute has also been working on this model more recently. 4 or 5 years ago, we got a big government grant to look at legal, economic, and social benefits and drawbacks of such a system. We don't call it a levy system. I think that's for political reasons, to avoid your allergy. But it is, of course, a levy system. It's very much in line with what Spindler and his group have been doing in the past and earlier proposals. We try to look at how it would comply with current international and European norms. In fact, you know him, João Pedro Quintais has recently produced a book as a result of that project, which again is available for all of you, but most of his work is also available online. It's his PhD, and I think it's a very interesting book, and he shows that it is actually workable. Can it apply outside of the more traditional sphere of file sharing? Can it be ported? Well, porting suggests that it's already happening somewhere. Unfortunately, it is not, but I think so. Yeah, and to come back to the discussion that we were just having. You suggested, yeah, but these things are not happening. There are too many. There's no consensus on it. The more oppressive copyright enforcement becomes, the more incentives there will be. And if the result of the current legislative process or of the European Court's decisions will be that life as an internet intermediary becomes basically unbearable, or privacy rights of individuals will become infringed to an even further degree, yes, then I think a new game will arise, and there will be a renewed interest in this very old idea. And I definitely agree with Spindler. There are so many pluses attached to this model. It provides access, it preserves freedom, and it actually rewards authors and I should say creators, performers, and even other right holders, probably to a much higher degree than they are currently getting rewarded. So there are so many pluses. Of course, it undermines the model of exclusivity that right holders, certain large right holders like. It doesn't comply with this ideal world of a total safe harbors that, but I think we should start abandoning that idea anyway. But it does solve a lot of social and economic problems. So I think I totally agree with Spindler. This is something we should contemplate seriously now.
Just a short additional comment from our empirical experiences when we presented that model. Interestingly enough, the creatives, the authors didn't want it, even though they could multiply their income because they thought they are not anymore rewarded in a just way. Now, this was really weird for us, really strange, to be at conferences of artists, authors, etc., and they were totally rejecting that model, even though they could earn, I don't know how many times more than before, because they got this feeling, I'm not getting the merits anymore for my work. So just a short note, so how people are thinking sometimes. It seems to be some sort of a path dependency.
I think most author organizations now actually like the idea. It's the big publishers and so, and film producers who are very much against it.
We had 2 questions from audience. First, okay, because gentlemen.
That's my last one.
Oh,
someone else.
No.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah? It's okay. I was wondering if the basis for the remuneration for the levy is the flow of data. And yesterday we have been told that even the startup, they need a lot of data in order to compete with the biggest one. So should the levy system based on the flow of data, there's maybe a risk that it would be detrimental to SMEs or startup. And I was wondering whether we can have this kind of equivalent security for users of the platform by only asking to the platform to carry on a duty to clear the right on behalf of the users. Like it would be a consumer's right to be guaranteed by the platform that once they post something on the platform, they won't get sued, and just the platform can negotiate with the collective management society. It would be another model, the fees or the royalties for clearance of the whole content or user-generated content, for example.
Well, concerning the startups, it's always the same problem, the same dilemma. I can easily understand that a startup doesn't want to be confronted with additional costs. But frankly, this is, let's say, to strike the balance between the interests of the right holders on one hand, which Giuseppe, for example, just pointed out before, and on the other hand, the startups. You cannot free them totally from anything. So a startup would also claim to be freed for any taxes, for example. I'm just a little bit cynical on that point, but it is very hard, let's say, for me with this startup or SME argument, because this could be put up for everything. And we experienced that just recently. They just claimed to be exempted for any kind of liability, anything. So for the next 5 years, yeah, in order to have, let's say, a good living. Okay, but this is totally unrealistic. And for that reason, well, if we accept that right holders have, let's say, some legitimate interest in being paid, if we accept that from the basis, then we have to accept also the levies. If you're producing a computer as a startup, then you have a levy on the computer, etc., etc. And so I don't think this is a really, let's say, argument which brings us further in that discussion. Concerning the traffic and the data, we thought a lot about that, and there are many good reasons to have doubts, let's say, whether traffic data is really a good point for the calculation. But we haven't found another one. So this
it's not the best. I agree. Yeah, but how do you want really to calculate a level then? And the argument always had been that somebody's just all using open access, Creative Commons, or let's say in the public domain, etc., etc. This is all true, but that's the same problem once again as with the traditional levies. And you have to have a statistical basis, and then you can do an interpolation. Now, this is, let's say, the answer to that. That is not to say that everything that you have to pay for every data, for every traffic. No, we are just checking on a voluntary basis with set-top boxes, with plugins, etc., how many copyrighted content people are transmissioning, etc., via the internet. This is all. And if it's only 15%, for example, then it's only 15% in general. So you see what I mean? And we haven't found, let's say, another basis for this calculation. In the modified model, which concerns only platforms, I'm not sure what my colleagues are proposing. They could, let's say, propose, for example, the amount of videos at YouTube which are placed there. I don't know. They have not come up, let's say, with a total specified proposal which is restricted to platforms. I'm not aware of. Or Bernd, have you seen that Axel or has presented something more specific than that? So I can't really tell how they are going to calculate the fees for the platforms. But I guess that they have to use the same model, or let's say the same basis for their calculation. How would you do that otherwise? Storage capacities, etc. And where is the storage capacity located? It could be anywhere. Yeah? So for that reason, I think we have to stick, sorry for this long answer, but you see that reflects, let's say, how much we spend, let's say, thinking about that, and we're not really satisfied with the outcome of it, but we haven't found another basis for that.
I have a second voice from the audience. Can I ask to pass the microphone, possibly? Switch it on, please. It should.
Here you go. Hello. I work at an independent record label in London, and we're in favour of certain kinds of services taking more of a responsibility for content that is available on their services. But I wanted to come back to Gerald on his last slide, and I can tell you that in our experience, notice and takedown for small right holders does not work, and the content ID systems that have been developed are much more effective for the thousands, the tens of thousands of small independent labels that are out there.
Leonard, please.
Thanks. I quickly wanted to comment on the previous question, actually, and I want to be really clear. The startups we have been working with and speaking to about these topics are not looking for a free ride, for a free pass of any of this. So if there's a consensus in a society to tax a certain activity, then this is not something startups would claim the need for any sort of exemption. I was hoping to be clear on that. I think the big problem here is really the transactional cost that a startup would have to go out and negotiate so many different deals, and also we fear that startups or smaller companies, or smaller entities in general, will just be unfairly treated in such agreements. So I think if one rule applies to everyone with the same proportion, then I think this is something we can much easier deal with than having to go out and do all these things individually.
Giuseppe, last for the voice.
A very short question for Professor Spindler. The system that you have in mind is similar to the system that Fischer, Netanel, the Licence Globale in France was proposed. And how would you, since I have friends who are like video makers, film producers, that make their content available on Facebook, and they have like 1 million views. Then you go to their websites, and there's statistics tell them that they have just a few thousands views. And when they get this exposure on Facebook, they don't get a penny from that. So would the system you have in mind also be based on this kind of figures that show how much? Okay.
Yeah, exactly, and we used these models as a starting point, but we had to modify it. They are not undisputed, these models, and there is a lot of empirical research which has been done, and probably more recently, which shows you that you really have to specify it a little bit. And you have to be clearly aware, for example, concerning the empirical research by use of interviews, etc., who is going to be interviewed. You really have to have a close look on that, because sometimes it's just restricted to a campus outside, so it doesn't really reflect society. Just as a footnote, let's say, concerning all these models. But from the very starting point, yes, we use that, because we think there's no other way to do that. Just creating statistical basis, as I said before, and once again, no problem with data protection, because then people are doing on a voluntary basis. I really have to insist on that, because that has been raised also every time as a counter argument, but it's not true. If you're going to pay somebody to use a plugin in order to control the traffic data, and you're going to pay him, for example, for that, then he's agreeing to that, then you will really get a reliable statistical basis. And this is actually what is happening, as far as I know, in the Austrian and the German broadcasting system, for example, how they're calculating and how they're assessing the amount what has been really been viewed. And so the same could apply for Facebook, etc., etc., etc.
At this point, I will close questions for this presentation. But a very short one, please.
I think that your proposal is very interesting for you, for what is my field of competence. I think that the future will be negotiate these levies on a European basis and not on national basis, because the problem is that negotiations are, as you told before, very complex, but the value gap is a problem that can be solved only if the industry of content stays together on a European country.
Yeah, of course, it has to be on a European, at least on a European level, and this was one of the reasons why our model didn't really was accepted, and this was, to my mind, the only real reason, because if you're using data traffic as an indicator, well, then you're concerned also with international problems with trans-border data flow. And this can result in huge problems then calculating the levies. Yeah? And it doesn't work at a national level. Yeah? Maybe at the European level, but then we are confronted with the same problems as, for example, data protection and the international cloud services. Yeah? And we all know what happens, that Google, for example, or everybody else has now his server farms inside Europe. If that's really an efficient solution, I don't know. Yeah, but then exactly you're pointing out to one of the fundamental problems of this model. This is how are you going to cope with international trans-border data flow?
Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to invite John McNamee, always problems, of the Executive Director from the European Digital Rights. Please, the floor is yours.
So I'm speaking today after all of the best speakers in Europe have told you everything you need to know, and I'm doing that while keeping you away from your lunches. I'm very sorry. I'll try to be quick. I think one thing that appears clear from the presentations is that the European Commission appears to be quite incoherent in its lawmaking on this point. But I would like to argue that there's a certain coherence in the incoherence of the European Commission. When I read and listen to the Commission, I'm often reminded of Humpty Dumpty, who said, "When I use a word, it means what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less." And at any given moment, you don't know quite what the Commission means when it's talking about upload filtering and content recognition and liability and without prejudice too. The base that we start from is the e-commerce directive. The e-commerce directive achieved something that was very difficult to achieve. It achieved a balance of incentives where internet companies were incentivized to take action when they were aware of illegal activity, and not excessively incentivized to delete or restrict freedom of communication. This is the balance of incentives that we need to defend in order to protect what we understand as the internet, what we understand as freedom of expression, what we understand as innovation, and what we understand as the rule of law. Portraying this as a privilege in a two-sided relationship, as the gentleman from IFPI did this morning, is misleading at best and dishonest at worst. There are two major attacks on the e-commerce directive at the moment. One that few people are talking about, the Audiovisual Media Services Directive in its Article 28, and the Copyright Directive. Both are ostensibly without prejudice to the e-commerce directive. So what is the AVMS directive? It is the forgotten evil twin of the Copyright Directive. What does it cover? According to the Parliament, it covers services that have as a main functionality the making available, I've heard that before, programs or user-generated videos to the general public. So you don't have to be a video sharing platform to be covered by this audiovisual legislation. Social media services may or may not be, to a greater extent or a lesser extent, covered by this legislation. So what's a user-generated video? The European Parliament has defined a user-generated video as a set of moving images with or without sound constituting an individual item which is uploaded to a video sharing platform. A user-generated video does not need to be a video and does not need to be user-generated. And the legislation is to protect people from content which might be or might not be illegal and might or might not undermine the moral development of children. In particular, these hosting services need to protect us in relation to infringements of human dignity, incitement to terrorism, or content containing incitement to violence or hatred directed against a person or group of persons defined by reference to nationality, sex, race, color, ethnic or social origin, genetic features, language, religion or belief, political or any other opinion, membership of a national minority, property, birth, disability, age, gender, gender expression, gender identity, sexual orientation, residence status or health. So you are required as a startup to regulate videos on the basis of incitement to hatred defined by reference to an opinion. So how do you defend yourself? You defend yourself with excessively broad terms of service that allows you to delete what you need to delete at any given moment. This is coercion by legislative confusion. The Copyright Directive, in its explanatory note, says, this proposal provides for measures aiming at improving the position of rights holders to negotiate. That's not copyright, it's about changing the balance. Now, how do you persuade these internet companies? How do you persuade them? By confusion, by fear, by uncertainty, and by doubt. So, but without prejudice to the e-commerce directive. Except the e-commerce directive was forgotten in the list of instruments listed in Article 1.2 of the proposal that are apparently not affected by the instrument. And it's without prejudice to the e-commerce directive, even though Recital 8 grossly redefines the services that are covered by the e-commerce directive in obvious contradiction to the European Court rulings in cases like Netlog Sabam. In recital 39 and article 13, it proposes the prevention of uploads of identified content, even though this has been twice rejected by the court. But you see, the thing is that it doesn't impose these things by law. The choice of the poison is left up to the company. So if freedom of communication is poisoned by the poison, it's not the law's fault, it's the platform's fault for doing what the law told it to do, whatever that means. And it's not a general monitoring obligation, according to Humpty Dumpty, because if you're searching for 25 million file identifiers, you're not searching generally, you're searching specifically. It's like when you go through the security in an airport, and you take off your belt, and you take off your jacket, and you take off your shoes, and you open your suitcase, and you take out your toothpaste, and they swab you for drugs. That's not a general search. That's a specific search because they're looking for things. Somehow, it's not general. And then the title of Article 13 says that the activities of the hosting provider is use of protected content by information society service providers. So it's not secondary liability anymore. Well, it is, but it's secondary liability and primary liability, whatever the hell that means. And in both directives, they're seeking to impose legitimate restrictions on freedom of expression. But in both cases, the line between what is allowed by law and what is not allowed by law is blurred. In both cases, the legal certainty of Internet companies is severely undermined. How do Internet companies defend themselves? Through overbroad terms of service. Here's a little random thing. The Europol regulation, entirely irrelevant, excuse me. It gives Europol the task of making referrals of Internet content to the online service providers concerned for their voluntary consideration of the compatibility of their referred content with their own terms of service. Now, how are Internet companies going to defend themselves when Europol comes knocking and says, we have something for your voluntary consideration? Well, they could always use overbroad terms of service, I guess. The European Commission's hate speech code of conduct proposes that Internet companies judge content on the basis of terms of service first, and where necessary, the law. We have a consistent pattern of confusion and wholesale privatization of the rule of law, of freedom of communication, across all sectors of policy regulation. However, we have a European Court of Human Rights case law says that restrictions must be accessible, clear, and sufficiently precise. Article 52 of the Charter says that restrictions need to be provided for by law and genuinely achieve objectives of general interest. Article 10 of the Convention on Human Rights says that restrictions on freedom of expression need to be provided for by law. What is happening here is not democratic, evidence-based, accountable decision-making. It is not a process that takes any account of possible unintended consequences. It is going to lead to more and more deletion of legal content. It's going to lead to an increase in power for already powerful platforms at the cost of citizens and startups. It is a gangster-style drive-by shooting of the rule of law, of freedom of communication, and the online economy. But apart from that, it's great.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and now I open floor for questions. Is everybody thinking about lunch already? Okay, so on this note, I will... okay, please, Sophie.
So which one is worse, the copyright directive or the audiovisual media services directive?
So far, the audiovisual directive is winning. It covers more. It's even more vague. Well, thanks to the Parliament, it's even more vague and confused and covers more legal content. But the Parliament hasn't finished its work on the copyright directive, so I think the battle is on.
More voices into discussion? Because otherwise okay, Giuseppe?
No, what you described about the Audiovisual Media Services Directive is just the extension to the to certain service providers of basic media law. So basically, according to you, the European Commission should have abstained from proposing this extension and should have left this category of service providers in a position in order to be immune from what broadcasters instead have to check. This is your proposal. They should have been immune from this. This is just basic media law.
Yes, but it isn't. The directive in question is a directive on transborder television, which was satellite and then extended to linear services and then further extended. And then the scope of what was covered has been vastly extended. So the question is, what could we have best done? Legislate on the basis of what we have in 2017 with specific reference to the technologies and the approach to online content in 2017, or extend the scope of transborder satellite legislation from, if I remember correctly, 1985. I'd like to legislate for 2017, and I think it could have been done far better.
Okay, on this note, we'll finish the panel of today, and I invite speakers for lunch. Today we're eating in Lower Loggia, so outside. The weather is good, so hopefully. Of course, we are kind of back in time, being more realistic today than yesterday, time-wise. We'll say that we will try to reconvene at 3 p.m. And for our participants, there are sandwiches outside as it was yesterday.